as we are once again alive upon the internet. And when you appear to be live upon the internet, I set everything up correctly. Yeah, we did. Bit rates going everywhere. And yeah, let's jump right in. And as the title says, that's what I was talking about yesterday when like, maybe we'll do a rant or something. I forgot that, no, we have a thing to do today, which is pretty important. So we should do it. Which is, to
safe area detected.
Record the YouTube anniversary video. How do I get this post? Actually, without it being in the comments thing of it. Hello, browser. Here's the link. And yeah, we'll have a few questions already prepared as we had this post. And yeah, a bunch of people asked some questions. I haven't actually really read them in depth. I'm certainly not trying to think of the answer, like just to let it come kind of naturally. But yeah, we'll go through some of those questions. We'll go also, I have a few like Discord questions as well, as some people DM'd me their questions as they like didn't want to per se I would be on here. They kind of wanted to be anonymous, so we'll keep them anonymous, but we'll still answer their questions. And yeah, I'd already had, because there's like this question of basically like what I do. So I'm gonna use that as a springboard early on to jump into kind of what I do nowadays. But also I think I'm just gonna start it off with like kind of story time kind of thing. But yeah, let's actually, and this browser is acting up. Wait, let me, first things first, then let's go back here. It's actually, because yeah, sometimes it does that, especially if I have it open for too long. Let's just reset it because we'll need it later on as well. Yeah, let's reset that browser. Firefox kind of acting up there. We'll just close all the tabs and reopen all the tabs. We'll just restore previous session. Take this back here again. Does this go correctly? Yeah. Open our tabs again. I think whenever I have like way too many spreadsheets open, it just eats into memory after a while. But yeah, let's, I've already prepared a folder, right? Yeah, that's all set up. My idea is that we're kind of gonna do it same as last year. I'm just gonna change apparel, and this year I thought I would just go stand in front of pretty things in the game while wearing interesting gear. Because we'll start with that. I feel just black suit, even if it is without a tie. It's not a tie-in suit. Seeing as you have daytime, that would start with, yeah, just going to interesting murals as backgrounds. Just have that be a thing for this. Yeah, let me get over here some. And neither flooded. Anniversary, yeah, indeed. It is the anniversary basically of the YouTube channel. 2 years, actually, yeah, 2 years ago, right? 2 years ago, I did the master class, the fire eclipse. Second there, I couldn't remember fire. Fire eclipse
Golden bullet being assembled by hostile.
masterclass. That was kind of the first video. There were videos before that, technically, but that was like
Golden bullet.
when it like actually became a thing. Yeah, what I should do, I've already said to normal, but what I should have done as well is actually turn off the golden bullets, because otherwise Isaac will pipe in like that quite often. I'll just turn it off for a minute. It's gonna reset me, so I might as well jump. And then last year as well, we did a Q&A kind of thing. So we're gonna do that again this year. Letting people ask whatever the hell they want. Oh yeah, we did actually this year. We didn't get that many random questions, although those are sometimes fun. I might actually take a few random questions from a few people that did like that asked me them on Discord.
Support station deployed.
Well, this is kind of, yeah. This place is a little bit too dark for the intro. Maybe we use something that is a little less dark. Well, this one I should use for the outer, I think, actually. Doesn't it say basically goodbye text here? Let's go see. Because I have a bunch of places in mind.
Hostile broadcast detected.
I don't know. So let's go look at there. We'll use this as our thingy. Yeah, let's actually start. So actually I kind of it's kind of familiarizing me with some of the questions here. This was there was basically, you know, the last time there was one there, but I'll basically do a story time kind of thing first, and then we'll go into the questions. But then, yeah, it's gonna be this question first. And actually, let me screenshot these already. These go here. Yeah, let's start setting this up because we'll have these. As with all of these videos, we're not gonna do post editing, which is that. slap stuff in there. These will be the first two questions we'll go with. Although, well, yeah, indeed. Start with the story time, and then I'm going to use this to kind of talk about current life, and then kind of with this go into about the channel, basically. Yeah, that seems like a good idea. And hey there, Sig, and hey there, Open World Headhunter. And yeah, I'm doing pretty good today. It's a nice and relaxy day, although I had to do a bunch of work, so but you know, from comfy inside, even though yeah, it's snowing outside now. I noticed just before as I just got home. But yeah, nice and relaxed day. I got to have some fun with a few friends that I hadn't seen in a little bit. So yeah, let's just get started here, and we'll just keep going and going until we get there. Yeah, so this is going to be a rambling talk. So yeah, for today's video, I want to ramble on for a bit. That's usually how those intros go. And what else? Not much else. Actually, wait, do I have this set already? Yeah. Okay, so we'll bring that up and talk about where some of these questions are coming from. Yeah, let's just do a take and see where it goes. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're going to go on a ramble. I want to ramble on for a bit. That's the sign. I messed up my own intro there. Let's try again. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to ramble on for a bit. Again, as last year, kind of about myself, actually. We're gonna be very egotistical today and kind of put the narrative on myself. Although, in this case, actually, it is because of the anniversary of the YouTube channel, as 2 years ago, the day that this video comes out, and a day before it, when it is being recorded live on stream, was when I kind of got started really with kind of going and making a YouTube channel. And that was the original Fire Eclipse Masterclass a long time ago. And yeah, I made that on the 10th of February. It released on the 11th. And also because the 10th was actually my birthday, as I had a day off basically then because of that. So I was like, you know what? I'll give myself kind of a birthday gift. We'll make that video and kind of put it out and see how it goes. And just, you know, it was definitely not a well-made video nowadays. If I look back at it, I kind of cringe. There's some speaking mistakes in there that kind of lead to actual, you know, false information as I miscall out how many shots on a Scorpio does what effect and stuff, just because we were going through a bunch of stuff. But yeah, those are all kind of fine. And yeah, I've learned a lot since then. Production-wise, we haven't gotten that much better, but definitely going back and listening to myself speak back then it's a big difference, if not only just in quality, also just in my ability to speak a little bit coherently and not have as many ums and ahs in there, even though I still do, of course. But yeah, for today's video, we have a bunch of questions at the ready. Those are I put out a. Yeah, let's just start again. I'm doing way too many ums and ahs, which I don't want to have in the intro like that. Let's try that again. Was gonna. Also, I don't need to go on a spiel. I just need to intro it, and then we can because actually I should save that story for later on as well. When I started with where did the first video come from? So, yeah, let's try it again. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to ramble on for a bit about actually me and the YouTube channel that you're currently watching, as it is the anniversary of it. It is now 2 years there of making videos, although of course, yeah, it's my personal YouTube account, so the account has existed for much longer. But the first real video came out basically 2 years ago on the 11th of February. I made it on the 10th of February. There's some reasons for those dates, and we'll kind of go into them later on. But this is then now the 2-year anniversary of it. And for that as well, I put out again, as we did last year, a request for questions, basically. I made a community post where people could reply and gather some questions from there. Also, I reached out to a few people if they had any questions for me. Also, some people solicited their own questions through DMs, which, yeah, is fine. And we'll answer a bunch of them. We'll go through the questions here, definitely. We'll go through a few other ones that I got miscellaneously. And it's going to basically be kind of a little bit of story time, kind of answering some questions. Some are about the game, some are about me, some are about just random stuff. And yeah, we'll just try to have some fun with it. But yeah, join me for some Q&A-ing. We'll use that as our intro, because yeah, this needs to be an intro. I don't need to like do a whole spiel there yet. I just have that habit of just going off on a tangent. Although the series is called A Rambling Talk, right? So it's kind of fitting.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
Okay, now that's getting kind of nighttime-ish. Will the band already be playing? I wouldn't mind overusing the band as background. Yeah. Let's take this off of here. No, they're not. But what we can do is...
Civilians in
there's
distress.
a... actually, we could even... Nah, that's not. Let's go... Yeah, let's use this triplet. And hit him a boot. Because we're going to use a bunch of murals just as background. It's filler stuff. And at nighttime, either cool looking well lit ones in the open world, but more likely we'll go for some inside ones. That's why the world's just set to normal. I just run around and quickly get there. Because I always love this trio here. And they're all well lit as well. Anyway. Actually, it's charm as well. Let's change clothing each and every time. Might as well show off some apparel. I'll also change characters at points. Let's use one of these for now. So let's change here so we have different gear on our back. One deer mural. Which one is that? Oh, the big deer on the like on the side of that building when you're going to like the gas station one. That's one of the ones I want to use. I also want to use that one with like the eyes that are inverted. Also the Cobbs one. Cobbs? I don't remember. But yeah, we're going to use a bunch of them. But yeah, we'll start with these three, especially seeing as it's nighttime. We'll use some of the inside ones. And I don't rage. Is it queue time? Well, if you have any questions, feel free to just add them in. Because I'm gonna use some of the ones we have from here. Actually, so where's the first one? Well, actually, I'm gonna do story time first, and then we're gonna answer that one, and then we're gonna answer the other one about basically some YouTube questions, and then basically. But yeah, if there's any like good questions that come along, or if you have a good question here, like feel free to just say them. Like, it doesn't matter per se where the questions come from. But yeah, we're gonna definitely answer all of the YouTube ones, just because they definitely made the effort to add theirs in, and they do Lampros. Let's first do a story time thing, which is kind of unrelated to any per se question, but just to set the scene. We'll just go with the flow. If I kind of mess up too much, we'll just redo it. So we'll first kind of start a little bit with a story time. There's no related question to this one per se, but just to kind of set the scene, this is also well, they did ask me this last year, but then back then, of course, we had a lot less subscribers around and like people around watching these videos. So just to kind of reiterate some of that, and that is basically what's the backstory? Who am I? Where am I from? And what do I do and stuff. Although the what do I do's we'll be answering later on, as there is a relevant question towards that. But to start somewhere, my name is actually Kia. That is actually the name I have, and that's also, of course, then what the extension is to IKEA. As that has been quite often asked of me, like, where does the IKEA come from? Well, IKEA. Very, very simple, and it is actually just as simple as that. And of course, it is kind of a wordplay on also about IKEA, the furniture store, but also even like having something like iPad, the small I in front of a name or something. So it was a play on a bunch of those things, and it kind of stuck around, and it kind of works for me because my actual name is in there, so I don't even really kind of have to respond to a name that isn't mine or such. It's just when somebody goes IKEA, the Kia is in there, so I'm used to noticing that anyway. I reside in the Netherlands, as I have. None of this is actually like new information. I'm somewhat open about the who's and what's and such, and quite often comes up in questions and such on stream. And I do reside in the Netherlands. I wasn't born here. I was born in Iran, in Tehran, a long time ago. That is also what where I originated from. My parents are both Iranian, and at a young age, me with my mother, we did get out of the country basically, with basically fleeing the across the borders and then flying to Europe, basically trying to get away from the regime there, as my parents were basically dissidents, and it wasn't safe for them there, and they understood that, and they basically took themselves, first my mother with me, and then later on my older brother, and then lastly my father came over as well. And we went to the Netherlands. Back then, immigrants were treated quite differently. It was very open arms and such. And with the background that we had, we were put on the trajectory to become Dutch citizens, and that's also what I am nowadays. I'm a Dutch resident, and I reside in the Netherlands, and I am very happy for the choices that my parents made of doing that. Then often as well, people ask me what my accent is. It is basically a mishmash of a lot of things. My first language is, of course, Farsi, which is some call it Persian, but yeah, it's the language of the spoken in Iran, and that has a lot of influence on kind of my accents because I started learning Dutch basically when I was like 7 or 8, and then I also had a lot of interaction with English, and in my teens as well, kind of interacting a lot with American speakers and kind of taking some of their influences, also British speakers, just by being online a lot, even back then. So that led to, basically a mishmash of accents all coming together, and this is what you get. Also, I'm very susceptible always to kind of carrying over accents. If I basically, I used to, for instance, live quite a while with my brother, and basically after a while, my accent was exactly his accent. That is kind of, I flow into accents pretty easily, and I've always enjoyed doing that. But yeah, that's kind of the backstory there. We'll lead now into a question and then answer some more actually from current times. Yeah, that's that one's fine. That one's always gonna. I don't want to go too deep into it, but also I don't want to like leave too much. There's no related. Yeah. So it's always, I feel weird talking about myself. This is the video to do it. And yeah, let's now lead into this one. And we'll move it onward to this one now as well. Do you know what I should do? I should totally this skin on here just to fits a little better. Also, we'll put that on there. So that's the held weapon. I'm gonna stand here. Have this be a glow that way. There we go. And it result in a cool phrase. Good to know. Yeah. And, well, I'm not gonna go too in depth, but yeah, I don't mind giving a little bit of openness. But yeah, just a little bit behind the veil. But yeah, we're gonna answer this one now. I'm gonna actually wait. I'm gonna bring it up and then yeah. Stuff like that. So oh yeah, that's usually kind of the style that I go for. It's just having some cool backgrounds if we're kind of talking. But yeah, let's go into this one. And to go to questions that are actually asked, but yeah, I kind of to give the the starting backstory there first. We're going into this one, which is do you do YouTube full time? If not, what else do you dedicate yourself into? I don't know. We'll use this as well to kind of talk more about my current life, as that is, of course, previously, or just talking about how I kind of got to the place that I am. And yeah, I know I definitely don't do YouTube full time. I'll as a little bit of a behind the scenes kind of with my current output and viewership and such, even though I'm very happy with that as well. As I'm very well aware I'm kind of making for quite a niche game, also very niche content, because I'm not doing the yelling at everything and just going the greatest, the bestest with the thumbnails that would be clickbaity and stuff. I'm making stuff that is a lot. The majority of people will not be interested in it, even if they play a game that is also not being played that like to the numbers that some games are. But with that, even I'm very happy with my numbers and stuff. But that does mean that that is not in no way is that close enough to be financially viable as its own thing. But also that was never the goal for me either. I'm not going into this going like I want to be a YouTuber. No, I always do enjoy educating a little bit. And yeah, that kind of was the goal for it from the start, was just make stuff that I enjoy making, stuff that I would watch myself, which is quite often longer stuff that goes kind of in depth and doesn't do much in the form of just trying to be too much entertainment, even though a little bit is never an issue. But just like if it's just being entertainment to the detriment to the message in it, that kind of goes too far quite often for me. But yeah, I was just trying to make basically things I would watch myself, which I definitely know as well. I'm kind of in the minority of what I like. But that also, that means that that is not, I don't expect it ever to be of an income that is really viable. But nowadays as well, it does actually cover me, my crippling addiction to buying all the apparel in the game, as we often do. So that part of it is fine. To answer the second part, if not, what else do you dedicate yourself to? As I've been open as well on stream quite often about is I work as a technician, as a stage technician. I do so for basically an organization that has 2 venues. And stage technician, basically, I'm a music stage. So we have bands performing and stuff. And, there's people behind the scenes. I'm one of those people's. Generally doing lighting. That's usually my kind of more my specialty, but I do audio stuff as well. I'm very well versed also in setting up projection or video packages or stuff like that. And that's basically what I do on a not per se day-to-day basis. It's more of a weekend-to-weekend basis is nowadays, because I usually work 1 or 2 days on scene, basically at the venues per week, mostly. And then the rest of it as well, doing nowadays, since a few years, doing production work behind the scenes sometimes. So, and then alongside of that, I do a lot for a few other organizations. I also do photography work that has been steadily growing through the years. For a few photographers, I actually do their editing. For myself, I do just a lot of work for a bunch of corporations, doing headshot stuff, doing product shots and stuff like that. Simple stuff that kind of keeps me going as well. That is my main profession as well. I work as a technician basically, and I very much enjoy that. It is very very different every time I go in. It is at the very least a different band. I'm generally as well as a house technician, for those familiar with like venues and stuff, mostly a house technician. So I just get to see new bands every weekend, and I quite enjoy that. It is a very pleasurable job, and I wouldn't give that up quickly, definitely. And that pays the bills as well, because YouTube definitely, I don't see it ever without going into really pushing it super hard, which I wouldn't want to do, because the tricks of the trade are not lost on me. Doing clickbait and stuff is there's a reason that it's get done. It works really well, but I want to make what I would myself click on, and basically I just would never click on something that has a clickbait title or a clickbait picture. I feel that erodes trust already before it even starts. So, but we'll answer that actually even more so in the upcoming question. And let's go get set up here, because the next question is let's delete that one. Oh, you know what I should do? I should maybe, we'll use I answered the question, I'm going to give it a heart, just so I remember that I've answered all of them. We'll do it like that. I know. So this one next. Maybe I put it in the middle and then I take it to the top, actually, or something. Just, yeah, let's do that. Let me get up here for a second. Oh, thank you so much for the kind words there, Andy. And yeah, much appreciated. I'll get up here as well. XP event tomorrow. I think it's the thingy, right? The season XP. Yeah, it's cold phrases there as well. Yeah, the season XP one. So yeah, if you haven't completed your season XP or your season track, tomorrow is a good way of doing it. That's yeah. And actually, if you have, because also yeah, tomorrow the climax mission comes out. You want to do the scouts anyway to have access to that. Doing all of the scouts starting tomorrow, basically, because yeah, it takes like if you just do it on normal and just burn through it, it just takes like 3 hours or something, maybe 4 hours at most. Each of those will give nowadays 2 levels. Basically, each scout gives 2 levels, but then maybe with I don't know, we don't know how much. Like if it's double XP or triple XP, we'll have to see. But yeah, just the scouts by themselves, 16 of them is like 32 levels, and with that, yeah, you can get maybe 64 levels if you haven't done any of them. But also yeah, the weeklies and stuff. And what's that? Oh, thank you, there, Phrase. That was yeah. Actually, we're gonna wait. Actually, I should pull. Good thing you said influence there. That actually, yeah, that I'm gonna because I'm definitely. Let's show some of my influencers. Although it's that guy. Does this work? Yeah. And does this work? Yeah. We'll show a little bit of behind the scenes kind of. Anniversary again. Damn times flies. Yeah. I mean, yeah. That's it's that time of year again. And yeah, there's Lander. Just found your channel a few days ago. Seems like a lovely guy. What build would you recommend for legendary? Kind of depends on what you're going for. One thing I can link you to is if you aren't familiar with it yet, the recommended build list there. Open them both chats. I do have recommendations there as well, more towards the bottom for legendary groups. And yeah, generally it's basically 3 strikers and a foam eclipse. But the foam eclipse kind of basically everybody kind of needs to know the spawns and stuff, which is more the thing. And you're gonna look up content for that. If it's more for solo, Toasty, if you search for Toasty X God or Toasty Division 2, you'll find him. Although I can link him out as well in a second. If that's more the thing that you're after. But yeah, that's more for like solo stuff. Let's get that. No, the scouts give. The scouts are actually the like one of the bigger XP season XP stuff. Because yeah, each of them gives 2K basically. So that's double. That's 4K. And yeah, it's 1K per level. So, but then as well, yeah, projects and then priority objectives. Next season, actually, it'll be a lot easier because a bunch of the activities and stuff give a little bit. Not a lot, but more than enough that, you know, if you play the game a lot, you're going to get through the season pretty easily. Yeah, let's start with this one. And for our next question, we can go into a little bit more depth, actually, as Explicit here asks, what made you want to start making videos on Div 2, especially this style, DPS spreadsheets and the like? Mostly starting off with it, I was kind of actually irritated by several people that were making videos, and some of those, what do we call it, kind of rivalries, or maybe like small skirmishes are well known to some, and I wanted to actually kind of get into just responding to a few people. But honestly, once I kind of sat down and wanted to see what I actually wanted to make, like I went into it with that idea that we can discuss about. I wanted to make stuff that I would watch myself. And I don't watch drama videos. So I wasn't in there to make drama videos, or at least I didn't want to start with that. Now, of course, later on a little bit, the For No Particular Reason series definitely is basically just that. Me singling out bad things and kind of going into like why that person is wrong, right? And kind of breaking it down and yeah, going for some drama actually. But yeah, that didn't come until much later. I didn't want to start with that. I did actually, yeah, that did motivate me originally, but that didn't actually in the end become my goal. And one of the things was, yeah, there was so much bad stuff on YouTube. Even there were, of course, a few, rays of light here and there with several people, but most of it was just horrendous. And YouTube still to this day, for a lot of more the veterans of Division, will have kind of a, we don't go there. It's a hellhole. Don't send people there. So I kind of tried to, I was like, you know what, maybe I can change that. I enjoy YouTube. I have YouTube. Generally, that is my main source of entertainment. If I'm not playing video games or something, I have basically something on YouTube on the background. So, and then the style of it was mostly as well coming from what would I watch. And for instance, one of the people that definitely kind of gave this style, although I stole / took inspiration from a lot of people. One of those is definitely one person that we'll bring up here is this guy named Quickie Baby. We kind of go into any of his videos, and as you can see, I even recently have watched some of his stuff. Although, of course, yeah, not as in-depth, the Kevin been keeping up with it as this. He is a Worlds of Tanks creator. But if we kind of go, let's say, into an tank preview here.
Hi everyone, it's Quickie Baby.
And yeah, even that intro. But yeah, if we kind of go and look at that, the similarities should be definitely there. This person as well is very much into, going through, setting everything up and making it apparent why the choice is getting made, and then he takes it into gameplay like a certain IKEA does. And his style has always, even though that I basically wasn't playing World of Tanks that much anymore anyway, I still sometimes watch, or well, at this point, basically not at all. I still watch him from time to time, and I definitely took a lot of inspiration from him and several others like him. But yeah, definitely one to call out. And then, for instance, as well, other people that I do watch, although actually I haven't watched much of his more recent work, but yeah, definitely more in his older stuff. I was keeping up well, and this should be obvious as the inspiration for how I do my thumbnails. For instance, this is Perun, who does basically military analysis, which is like a very niche thing to go into. But as you can see, there's actually there is an audience for it, and yeah, it goes into hour-long things, kind of like a certain person. Also, most of his stuff is quite in-depth and yeah, kind of covers a lot of stuff. And that's the kind of people that I was watching, definitely at the time especially, and still to this day. And those influences were just like, okay, I'll take a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I'll steal / be influenced by a lot of that. And that was also the core of it. I didn't want to make something that I myself would not consume, basically. But that's all, at the end of the day, that's what it also is. It is, consuming a product. I would want my product to kind of, reflect on me in a way that I would be proud of. And so far, so good, I feel. That's also why I don't per se do clickbait titles. I don't do, we don't do cleavage on on the thumbnails and stuff. We don't put AI pictures there just to entice people. And that will also likely be the way that I go forward. To me, it's still the main core of it is, would I watch my own content? And there has been times as well where I've made something and I was like, nah, this isn't good enough, or some of the older stuff, because yeah, I did some like let's play like stuff early on. I've kept one of them, which is going through New York. Some of the others I've removed. They were just weren't up to what I would consider worthwhile keeping. So yeah, that's kind of the history of there, but there's definitely been a lot of influences on there, and yeah, definitely, made it be what it is nowadays. Anyway, we'll get it there. Let's actually see, because I also need to see how long I'm taking on some of these answers, especially when I'm thinking a lot like these. It's kind of hard to actually kind of keep track of time, but yeah, those are still fine. Yeah, let me catch up here. Nice. There we go. It's the core of society after all. I mean, yeah, sometimes you just have to just point and laugh. Can I do the game? You'll get the numbers. Let's see. Get you. And waifu thumbnails. Yeah, it's just because, but that does work. Like, there's a reason thumbnails get done that way, and same for. But yeah, I'd rather keep my sanity and my own respect for myself. there's a point of it of just like, yeah. Let's see if it's daytime now. You know what? We'll go to the deer. We'll go deer over to the deer. Let's take. Yeah, let's be the silly cowboy. The silliest of all cowboy. Oh, yeah, actually, because that's here, right? Because it's basically the same length. I need it, thanks for the happy anniversary. Yeah, it's surprising that it's been, we're a year further. It's time goes fast. And but we're also a year wiser and also you're dumber. That's kind of how it goes together. Can I get up high on something? Can we send up there? Apparently. Although this might be... Yeah. This might be a little sketchy. Might find ourselves in combat. There we go. And hey there, Keith. Once again, say I mentioned I appreciate it. Yeah, as I'm here, just whenever I see some of those, I just go like, yeah, I'm out. First it was Tita. Oh, actually, yeah. Are those projects repeatable? I haven't even looked at. Oh, nice. Yeah, so the project is repeatable, and it seems to be having the item again as well. So because I haven't played at all today. Although actually, no, that's not true. I played. It cleaned up my stash a tiny bit. We're kind of facing weird now. I don't want it to be visible that it's shorts. Yeah, maybe we did that with a different one. This one being a little bit more zoomed in kind of works. There we go. Yeah, let me get you here for a second. Canadian fire turret is got mostly from. Do I want skill? I'm gonna guess DD's damage. Unbuild, or is it status effect? The
Hostile control point nearby.
fire gets affected duration-wise by status effect, both in damage and then duration. And then skill damage will affect the fire's damage, but not its duration. That's generally how the status effects all work. Is
Serious trauma detected.
I'm gonna... Damn it. Stand up.
Detecting additional hostile
Why
contact.
is this a convoy? I mean, it's a convoy because it's a convoy. But yeah, so basically for which one was the
Incoming hostiles detected.
for the fire turret? Yeah, you want status effect so that the fire damage and its duration kind of go up. And then skill damage would only affect the fire's damage. With the fire turret though, the skill damage also, because the fire turret also does hits basically.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Oh, it's elite resource convoy. Because of course it is. This is why would it not be just 2 waves? But yeah, status effect overall basically. But yeah, the skill damage does affect like the hits of the fire turret as well. Which for X0 can kind of work, but I found status effect to be much more useful still. Alright. Let's get this in before more show up. You know what? That kind of works, framing wise. No, let's see. No. And most of the I do like always try to pay attention to stuff and have like where they are. So what was that? There was a question here. What was that question? Oh, here. There was somebody asking basically, what keeps me coming back to the game? So let's get that question set up in here. Oh, yeah, let me catch up here. So, MDK hard to find. You can repeat that last project over and over. Like, we'll have that for another week. So. The best DZ farming build. I'm not per se the person to ask DZ build wise things. I don't play around in DZ too much. The currently Pestilence with Umbra seems to be like a go-to for a lot of people, but Monday, actually, you know what? We might actually. I'm gonna take that question as a question that we'll answer here, as Lampros asks there with how does skill efficiency work. We'll make that one of the questions later on. But yeah, as a quick answer here, it's basically all 6 yellow stats because it's basically skill damage, status effect, repair skill, haste, duration, and a health. So, as is, Chancey said there as well. Who needs AI closure? Yep, indeed. But alas, her fake hair, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, let me actually go. We'll catch up on the rest in a second, though. Let's go for this question first, because we'll also might get assaulted again. Yeah. And going to the next question, we have here Korean He-Man asking, what keeps you coming back to the game? Have not seen you do much legendaries or raid. Is that by choice or keeping audience in mind? What else are you playing nowadays? And then they thank me. Well, to start with the start, what keeps me coming back to the game? Division is kind of unique. It not much that we have in around available to us really works in the way of Division. Division is a shooter that then also has a lot of MMO mechanics, and that is kind of unique. It in the same way that we quite often joke that that the devs called it a tactical shooter once, and yeah, it definitely isn't. Division. Well, a lot of games try to do similar things. None of them, for me at least, scratches the same itch. One of the things as well, I prefer a lot more third-person shooters than I do first-person shooters. That's always been a thing that I've I've leaned much more that way. And yeah, for instance, Destiny then kind of, becomes, to me, lesser than Division, at least for me, to play. And the few that have kind of tried to do similar things, most of them haven't, at least for me, kind of hit the right spot. Things like Remnant, things like Outriders, things like The First Ascendant. None of them kind of scratched the same itch or had things that I kind of there was a bunch of pet peeves for me in some of them, definitely. And that led to generally just coming back to Division quite often. I do play a bunch of other games, but not so much in the shooter space, much more in like nowadays kind of building and like grand strategy kind of stuff. I do enjoy Sins of a Solar Empire. I do enjoy Civilization. I do enjoy Open Transport Tycoon quite a lot. Together with a few games that are kind of similar-ish, at least third-person-y. For instance, Mountain Blade has been a game that, especially Warband, that I've come back to quite often. And then as well, as to what, because they're also asking specifically about why I don't do too much of legendaries or raids. I've gotten kind of out of raids. I would need kind of a refresher, and I might actually do that. And one of the things that I had in mind as well, and I will kind of half spoil it here, but I was considering actually taking my like baby account, which is now also 3K, so it's not that big of a baby anymore, or it is a big baby now. It's almost a toddler. And taking that and kind of like, because name-wise, Nokia would not attract as much attention, and try to actually get back into LFGing for raids, being basically kind of announcing myself as a like a first-time carry kind of deal, and then kind of, you know, doing some basically hidden camera kind of video, kind of showing how that goes, how that can work in certain ways. And I'll likely still do that actually in somewhat the coming days. But yeah, I haven't been raiding much, and that's just because I haven't been raiding in like 2 years. And honestly, at this point, I definitely would need a refresher. I couldn't just step into Dark Hours, especially with some of the strategies that are now there, like Shocking Boomer and stuff. Yeah, I wouldn't per se know them. So I would need to be introduced to them, and I've just been lazy and had other things to do. But I definitely want to get back into raiding. I wouldn't mind actually on second account and my third account. I don't have the raid items there at all, and I would love to have them there. Legendaries is because while I enjoy the gameplay, the minute-to-minute gameplay kind of Division, and that's kind of the thing as well, that kind of brings me back always. I very much enjoy being able to swap builds and kind of have a different play. You know, when I'm in an Eclipse, that's completely different than being on a striker or being a combat medic. Together with that as well, that not being tied to classes, because one of my pet peeves actually is classes in video games. This is very much a thing that just gets put in just to create replayability, but honestly, to me, it just kind of just breeds resentment, actually. So I much prefer systems like Division that are basically classless, and just, you know, the builds are the classes, the gear sets are the classes, basically, in Division. But then just reactively playing, just something, you know, even in missions, even on heroic missions that we've done a ton, if you go in with different builds and different other players, it is you have to kind of play reactively continuously. The thing is with legendaries, actually, it's kind of the inverse. We kind of go in with 3 strikers and a foam eclipse. We try to just hit every nail on the head before it actually kind of pops out, because we kind of spawn camp. We try to just avoid the mechanics, avoid letting them get out, and play reactively. We play proactively and just, you know, destroy everything before it really become an issue. That's why while I do legendaries here and there, usually it's mostly the 3 original ones when they're there, and then try to get my exotic components out of those. But yeah, just the gameplay difference to going to legendary, and the same actually for raid. That's also one of the reasons that I've kind of fell out of love with raids and stuff. It is quite often basically doing the same thing over and over again, where when we're just doing heroic missions, you know, if I'm going through it with an Eclipse in this season where there's no regen, doing it maybe with a combat medic, that's quite different of a gameplay than like last season going through it with, you know, Eclipse or a striker, or just Pestilence build, Seeker spam, third drone hybrids. You know, there's a lot of shakeup you can have there. And we could try to have that same shakeup happen on legendaries. On raids is basically unavailable. We kind of have to kind of be in a set way just to get consistent completions through, at least with my knowledge on them and stuff. But yeah, I generally as well just play what I kind of like, and we try to mix it up. And yeah, I definitely would want to get back into raids. That's also perfect timing.
Hostile control point identified.
Okay.
Vital signs critical.
As they start shooting me there.
Let's get back to our job.
That felt rambly. That's also the thing with these. Like when I'm talking about a build or something, I kind of know how I want to go through it. With these, it's a little less. I'm not, we're meandering sometimes. Yeah. So that's that one. Let's heart that one so we know we've answered it. Yeah, let's respawn so we don't have land in the background. Let's go find the next position. Also, let me get you up here. What do you think about the future of Division games? And what would you... Division game location new setting? Actually, yeah, this will answer your question actually as one of the questions of the video. I'm gonna go in depth in it. It's gonna snippet it already. Yeah, we'll actually answer that one in full. The Fox's prayer, gloves or the contractor sneakbats hit harder in PvP as I don't like losing attributes. Is the difference big or the way around? It kind of depends on the build. Like that one is very much a build question. Because if you put it on strikers, which is like kind of like, well, you're talking PvP, but just to keep it like, for instance, simpler with PvE. Like if you were to put that in strikers, you would actually lose damage because you would need the crit chance. But if you're putting it on something, like a high end where you have a lot more crits, now actually contractors and Fox is like the go-to. Overall, Fox is kind of very easy to consider as like a fill-in, especially with PvP. Contractors as well, because a lot of it is armor, but it's super build dependent. Like there is no single answer there. Okay, yeah, actually, I'll answer. Yeah, actually, I will answer that one in depth. This, I'll use it as basically as one of the questions here. Lexington will run incursions rate. For incursions and rate, generally measured. Because killer, there's places where you can trigger killer. Like if you're fighting ads killer, if you're fighting bosses, measure, but then just measure it for everything is easy. That's, yeah, that's just it there as well. I'd see you asking that question again there, Jen. But yeah, as kind of Chansey answered, I don't know if my answer got caught up in the ad or something, but yeah, overall, just go status effect for fire turret. For me personally, I mean, yeah, that's kind of the idea here as well. I'm just keeping it kind of just, It's also why I specifically didn't per se read all the questions kind of in depth and think about the answers too much. I wanted to kind of, just be the answer. No. Oh, actually, you know what? We'll take that question as well as one of the questions. What is my PFP? Also, do I maybe put these? Actually, let's put these, or I should at least copy them to new folder here, because I might use them for the thumbnail actually. But yeah, well, the short answer is it's from a specific game. It is from Phantasy Star Online, but we'll answer it a little bit more in depth in a second. And yes, actually, bad actually recognize it there. Yeah, let me go on to the next question quickly, and then we'll come back to chat. Let's actually grab a few of them. Actually, let's grab all of them and then. And then we'll just go through some of these one by one. There we go. Grab all the YouTube questions there. Wait, what did I? Oh, okay, that's what that is. Okay, you know what? Actually, yeah, let's do it like this. So new folder, done. So questions I've already answered, I'll put in done, and then questions that it. Yeah, that's the thing, of course. Not really made a system for this. But basically, the questions that I've done already, we'll put in the done folder, and then we'll just go through all of the questions here as we have them. Yeah, let's actually go with a few game questions here. So we'll take that one. We'll take this one. We'll take this one. And now let's grab other apparel. Also, at some point I need to swap characters. Maybe this is a good point to swap characters. Let's actually swap characters here. I'm back to my level area to get the account share materials, and my castle settlement is grayed out, even though enough mission and side missions. Castle is always grayed out till you reach basically season, like when you're or have your SHG level. Because a castle doesn't become available basically like till, you know,
Entering safe area.
it got fixed up in some of the seasons basically, and yeah, that means that is on SHD level. And I'm gonna drop the difficulty because we don't need any difficulty. Let's go for the base there. Even though it's an annoying place. Glad to be part of the community, Leonard. Yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, thanks so much there, Randy. For the kind words, and yeah. Glad you like it, and yeah, more to come always. Can't play the climax mission. I can't remember for the life of me. Just completing all the scouts. That is the likely only requirement. Running countdown or making mules, especially during this XP event. That's going to depend on your level quite a bit, because watch mules, like if you're 20k, one watch mule will get you to 27. If you're not 20k, which is likely the answer there, because if you were 20k, you wouldn't, you would know already. But overall, if you are several k, it's hard to beat mules. especially when it's just 150. So one of the ways to kind of calculate it for yourself is you'll need around 200-ish watch points. There's an actual answer to this, but I don't remember it. Maybe somebody else does. If you do the vendor method for printer filaments, it's a 200 and a little. I think it's just 200 and like a tiny amount above it. That's one item normally. Now, of course, now it's then 100 something watch points. So if you are like 1500 and a watch alt that takes you like 2 hours gets you like 700. That's 7 items proficiency. Is that worth it? Is it? Kind of depends also how much playtime you have, right? So that's kind of a really dependent event, or dependent on what your SHC level is and how far into expertise you already are as well that you need it. No?
Want to see what a farmer can do?
Yeah, thanks so much, Maniacal. So, question about the incursion versus armor plating. Not sure. Yeah, we're gonna actually. That's one of the 3 questions that I'm gonna answer. Gonna answer here. So, I thought you came in at the right moment. I think it was one of the 3. I mean, I'm gonna answer all of the questions that were specifically the ones that were asked on that. On the YouTube post, because yeah, of course, if people took the effort to put it there, then let's put this like that. I always love and hate this image. As I think it's yeah, there we go. That's that one. But actually no, yeah, that's the one we're starting with. Yeah. Although maybe do I show it as well? Maybe it's good to show it. Oh, and and hey there, Dr. Vengi. And thanks for the for the raid there. I see you had a double one there. But yeah, thank you so much, and yeah, welcome in. Indeed, he did. Well, it happens twice. So sometimes because yeah, after your raid doesn't just end the stream there, but yeah, hope you had a good stream, and yeah, welcome in. Yeah, welcome in, raiders, and either public. Wait, we'll answer that one last because actually, yeah, we'll do it differently. Because we'll actually show it. That's maybe better. We'll start with this one. Yeah. And going to some game questions and such. First off, an actual very useful one to sometimes know, although we're not going to do the full list here because what they ask is, can you list all the missions which spawn rogue agents? This might also be something for things and stuffs and such. But yeah, they especially want to have the locations where rogues can spawn. A bunch of missions don't have that opportunity. There's definitely a few missions that can't. Most of them are set by the devs, so it is only where we have positions for them. So actually, if we kind of look at it from in the game, if we that away, if we kind of escape out and actually maybe end this hyena there, what we have is, for instance, some missions have it in positions. So, for instance, the Grand Washington has it after the elevator and such. We could try to, at some point, make a full list. I definitely think I can, or I could. But the thing is that if you just want rogues, if you need them, for instance, for your for your Actually, we'll reset here. Let's kill these guys. Should have also turned off golden bullet. Because, yeah, it makes them make sounds. There's a downside, actually, yeah, we'll just take the...
Agent received a golden
We'll just
bullet.
take... Because what we'll do instead is just do this instead. If I'm hiding, they're not going to find me. And we'll just do... How high can I get? We'll just take it like that, basically. Just that picture there. Because settings were set to default, and since you run much slower, I see it's definitely jumping much more. What happened? Today, nothing should have happened. I don't think there was a patch or anything, so. Oh, actually, you know what? We'll take Hunter's question there as well as one of the questions here. And I will answer that one because as to if there's any unicorns I don't have. Yeah. Let's try that again. I should be fine here. Maybe we are for some of the later ones, but also yeah, I don't want to like force somebody to just guard me. I can also just put out a turret. Actually, that's maybe what I should do. I think Funky's on PlayStation, right? So I don't think they have the options to update GPU drivers. So we did actually, yeah. That's one of the ones in need. Funky does know me well. That was actually one of the ones I was going to bring up. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go with this. And for our next ones, here we have one British Dane asking us, can you list all missions which spawn rogues? And then they go on to, yeah, kind of request it as maybe a thing to make. I could likely actually, if maybe in a voice chat with several other veterans of the game, likely make a full list because yeah, we've played a lot of missions. For instance, yeah, per mission wise, not all missions have that spots. Basically, they have to be set by the devs. So, for instance, in Grand Washington, it's after the elevator. There is one spot. Can't think of any other ones there, but for instance, in the UA, of course, we have two places, like in the garage area, definitely, or at least two places in the garage area, and then also as a replacement in the billiard room, basically. And so it goes also for a lot of missions. So where's the Capitol? We have the roof. We have the Senate Hall area. I don't think there is actually, yeah, anybody that kind of collated a list of that. And the reason is also kind of simple because it happens when it happens. And if you need rogues, there's actually a simple trick. We'll also turn this one into a short in due time. Actually, I think one of the shorts that I'm going to make for the next set is definitely going to be one of them. And that's that you can actually spawn them in Summit. If you have any Summit checkpoint that is above 4, so you do need to go 4 or above, basically, you can't do it on floor 1, basically. And any floor, any start that isn't a boss room, so it isn't 10, 20, 30, 40, and so on, you can just keep respawning at the elevator. You just get out of the elevator. If you don't hear rogue agents, you grenade yourself, you come back out of the elevator. Doing that a few times will get you your rogue agents. And that's why, yeah, we haven't ever had a dedicated, we haven't dedicated ourselves to actually collating all of the places where rogues can spawn, because we can make them spawn if we need them. And yeah, those will count, for instance, yeah, for Ridgeway and such, because that's usually where that question, of course, comes in for. Yeah, going on to our next question here as well. Set up again on one of my most favorite, actually, in-game art pieces. This one has actually stayed with me. It's just, I can just stare at this thing for hours as it's just so freaky. Just so freaky. But yeah, for our next question, we'll go with, yeah, indeed, actually, Scooby asking me as a fellow person that makes useful stings. If you're not familiar with Scooby, they maintain the spreadsheet, the which it still has no real name, but yeah, it's kind of the build making spreadsheet, and that is a very useful tool that I often use myself as well. And they asked me, if you could add a new gear set to the game with a unique and balanced ability, what would the talents be? I think so. Actually, one of the ones that we kind of theorized a bunch of times and such is there's of course a lot of things that you could make or even bring over from like Division 1 style. One of the ones is, for instance, having something akin to Reclaimer, where we have several hives in Division, and especially as well an offensive one. And what if we had a gear set that basically made your hive all those hives? And that could be actually interesting gameplay-wise, because it's also a stinger hive and a healing hive and a revive hive and a booster hive and an artificer. Because now you have to kind of decide, do I toss it towards the enemy to deal damage to them? Or do I toss it on my allies to heal them and boost them and artificer them and such? I think that could be a very cool gameplay thing in Division. Another one would be actually one of the things we don't have is interacting by shooting allies. It's a very common mechanic in a lot of games, is where you kind of have, well, we have Cooler basically, and that's actually, I think, one of their playtests kind of trying to get a certain way of setting that up, of just shooting an ally and doing a certain thing, in that case giving them hazard protection. I think shooting allies and trying to keep like something aimed at an ally to kind of boost them and such, that can be quite interesting as a setup. We have somewhat similarly to that, you can actually shoot if somebody's running an deflector shield. What you can do is actually, as a friendly to them, you can shoot them actually on the shield. They'll reflect your bullets towards the enemy that they're targeting. That can actually be a cool setup already. We've tried playing around with that quite often. But yeah, I think those kind of ideas would be kind of cool. But we're already actually getting a pretty cool one in the dealing damage makes healing happen, which is also an archetype that kind of quite often happens. Going on to our next in this series is that we have maniacal thumbs, as I was about to call them, mechanical thumbs. And actually what they ask is what is the difference between armor plating and armor? Assuming that armor plating can be visually identified as the blading breaks after a certain amount of damage is done, to where the armor is represented by the amount of stacks a boss has over their health bar. And actually, yeah, they're very good on the right track. But then actually the reason that they ask this question is for the incursion bosses, asking if they have armor plating or just armor. Let's go actually show this at a spot where we can definitely very easily make that happen, which is we'll go run up over there. And the core of it is exactly that. The armor is basically the white bars above a health bar. If an enemy has that, they have armor. And this actually carries over to if they have plating. Actually, we're going to cut it there because I forgot we have to run for a bunch. So yeah, I'm going to basically like fade out there, and it's going to fade out when I get close. And there, Yusuf.
Hostile completed. The golden bullet.
And there's Scooby, indeed. Look, Mom on TV, indeed. And yeah, thank you so much for the happy anniversary there. And yeah, I'm gonna, while I'm running here, I'm gonna hit record. And we'll show that off here, for instance. We have these enemies here. This is an elite territory control. We're on normal, so these aren't per se hard enemies or anything. But yeah, enemies that have basically elites here, for instance, they have armor bars above their health. They have armor. When we shoot these guys, we're dealing DTA basically, or DTA is applying. And once they reach health, they would apply down. Then we have, for instance, a Warhound here. They have health. At least this one has health, just only a health bar. That means when we shoot their health or their armor plates that they have, we'll actually be dealing health damage. But armor plates themselves aren't health, which quite often gets repeated around, like armor plates are health. No, armor plates are actually whatever is underneath them. So if we had, let's say, an enemy that is armor plated and then has underneath it armor. So for instance, this does happen in a few places. Morozova's heavies are kind of a famous place. If they have that, if they have a health underneath it, they'll take health damage. So for instance, they're from AR, they die pretty quickly. If they have armor underneath it, then it'll be armor. So for instance, for the raid bosses, actually, or actually the incursion bosses, both of the incursion bosses, or both of the sets, incursion bosses, the raid, and then together with that as well, are lovebirds. They actually are armor, well, they're armor and have health underneath it. Armor plates, on the other hand, are actually pieces that can break off. Now, sadly, we're kind of at night, but yeah, we can, for instance, on this guy, we have separate parts. We can break one of them off, so here the leg goes away. And even though, yeah, annoyingly, I should have turned off Golden Bullet as he has no health bar showing, but yeah, this guy, of course, only would have a health bar. Because he has health, his armor plates are health. And this also, for instance, applies to, for instance, people holding shields. That's the case, for instance, with hyenas. If you're fighting an elite one, they are actually armor when you're shooting their shield, and then they become health once you get through it. So in this case, the plating is basically what is underneath it. And that does come up in a few places, but yeah, actually the incursion specifically, it's all basically armor, as long as they have an armor bar, and then it becomes DTH when they become H. Because plating is specifically this. You can break it away, and then if you shoot them on where they still have plating, you don't do any damage. When you shoot them where their plating has been broken, you basically are shooting directly to their health bar. There we go. Yeah, that's a good one as well. Yeah. Hopefully, was that that should clear it up. Hopefully, right? Yeah, maniacal. But that's basically that. It's just whatever is underneath, and they're tasty. And thank you so much for the raid there. Yeah, sorry for a recording apart. As yeah, we're recording some A's to some Q's. I'll send the shout out there. But yeah, welcome in Raiders and welcome in Tasty. I hope you had a good stream. I saw you guys being doing some legendary title runs. I was actually watching for a little bit. Damn, you guys are kind of synced up now, I feel. that was actually like, I was kind of like watching and just going like, just like trying to analyze everything and just was going actually like too fast almost. Field division settings, what's the default also? Okay, yeah, that will make the feel a lot more narrow, yeah. You got health damage from title. I mean, it does do plus 20% to your health, yeah, so. And either figures. Let me catch up here as well. Which was a 4-piece striker, and the second name and the two named Providence pieces are Coyote and Striker backpack. It kind of depends. If you're going for Sacrifice Gift, you're going for glass. If you're going for glass, Sacrifice Gift is a pretty good way to do it. If you're not going for glass, then yeah, if you're going obliterate, then striker backpack is like easy pick. The thing is nowadays that striker backpack is not like per se needed. It's still very competitive because you got to remember that, you know, vigilance can drop away on subtle force. You have to stack up. It kind of depends also, yeah, if you are getting hit or not. Because in some content you just get hit more than other content, right? So, but yeah, I know kind of where actually we argued that there's less and shit. Yeah. So the thing to remember, the backpack is basically now on Striker is basically like 15 and a bit percent. And 15% is of course less than Vigilance. But then you get to have Coyote, which kind of crawls back like 5%. One of the things is though, yeah, it's especially with Glass. Because thing is, like I might actually have to do a for no particular reason on Dot because of that, but yeah, I don't want to per se because it's also a lot of, you know, that might actually be annoying. Because yeah, he compared an obliterate to a glass. If you compare glass to a glass, it's basically around the same amount. You lose a little. You still lose. The striker backpack still loses with Coyote if you're like glass on the chest. But then of course vigilance can be lost, where striker stacks can only be lost to, you know, time. Basically all of them. The thing is nowadays the vigilance backpack is definitely an option. Like back in the day it wasn't. Like back when it was 100 stacks or 100% for 100 stacks, it wasn't at all an option. Now it's definitely an option, especially if you're going perfect glass. It makes for, you know, you can get the gift in there and that works well. But I wouldn't say any of them is better than the other because it's kind of like, is a chest striker better than a obliterate striker? Depends on the thing, right? Is a glass striker better than a obliterate striker? Kind of also depends, right? Like, yeah, glass is going to do more damage, but now you have to also deal with glass. Explains the number, the stats under the plating, health is on plating, and yeah, exactly. It's basically, but then in outside of raids, maybe some weird boss that I can't take of maybe some climax mission boss or something. Basically for all of them, it's, you know, they have health underneath, and then shields is actually because shields is technically also armor plates, but we just don't think of them that way, right? But yeah, they follow the same mechanics, and so does plates. Comparing having a full DTA build because made one. Noticed even at 30 DTA, it won't do the 200 damages typical DPS build. The thing is, the cost of going that far into DTA, because that likely to get to 30 DTA, you basically are making choices, likely like making the weapon third stats DTA and having likely 3 or 2-piece Walker and Harris and stuff like that, right? All of those are worse choices when it comes to the opportunity cost of them. Just because, yeah, you can't just go into crits. The thing is, DTA is kind of handy in certain places, but that's also why, like, yeah, contractors is not the piece we go for first. Usually, like Foxes, we go for first if we're going for one of those extra stats, and then DTA, like if we have to. Because at the end of the day, those stats are good, but it's all about the opportunity cost. Like if we can put it like against the armor, does a little bit less, but you got to remember as well, purples are basically half and half. Reds are, you know, no armor. Purples are half and half, and elites are basically like 25% health still. So you always are kind of, and then yeah, if you're especially fighting like Black Tusk, which has heavies and warhounds and mini tanks. Now the health number goes up a lot. But then on the other hand, if you're fighting, you know, if you're fighting in Countdown and everything's elite, now DTA does a lot better. As I said last night, I logged in out of PC and assumed my account synced the setting config files from the defaults to that machine. So the graphic settings and stuff don't get carried over with it. Although that's yeah, basically just the graphic settings. Because all of the rest does. But yeah, just because otherwise, because for instance, for my case, like I don't want my laptop to have the same graphical settings as this thing. But basically everything that is underneath, like graphics. I'm not sure the FOV is underneath here because I think there's the, because that's under like gameplay or something, right? Yeah, that's here. Any other got world records for now, but not fully happy with. Yeah, we just got world record. We're just not happy with it yet. We can make it, the solar system record. Goddamn speedrunners. Yeah. Oh, your UI was resigning. Oh, maybe there was, but yeah, in my case, it doesn't seem anything's recent.
In the city. I've got it right here.
The world is not big enough for that record. The Ruin DZ farm, or does any high-end build work? Basically, any high-end build works. Whatever you can get together is more of the thing. Because yeah, what I have for a level 31 DZ build is just a high-end setup kind of. For hand load. Right. But basically, whatever kind of setup you can get together, it's much more about that because you can't make it like perfect. The thing to get is like there was a contractors and this week there's a Fox's Prayer, for instance, on the vendors and stuff. That makes it easy to kind of go like just a high-end red. Anything that can one-shot a mini tank based on format legendary skills group. I mean, a headhunter, like especially like Nemesis one or something, can likely one tap them, but yeah, it needs to stack up and stuff. But no, you just mini tanks and stuff. You just deal with them. You just shoot them till they go away. Because the thing would be, even with headhunter, you would lose your headhunter stack on them, so you would have to stack, and then shoot one, and then stack and shoot one. As Escan Alexander said there as well. Yeah, let's get this set trio put away of questions. So this is streaking going to done. So let's get a few more of these in. That one. That one. Line them up there. Do I change character? No, we just change class. And then for the next one, I'll.
Here to check some
You know what? Let's yeah. Well, let's become a clan. Why not? Am I always same? Oh, you mean like you? Yeah, it doesn't seem to have affected me either. Hopefully, the band is playing. Yeah. I like how silly this looks. Yeah, let's do this trio. Right. Let's make sure I've put the other ones already in here, because I haven't been doing that for a bit. Because this one was the filled one, right? Yeah, this one can go away. This one can go in here. How long have we been going already? Total of 34 already. This might be an hour-long thing, I think, by the end of it. Which, yeah, was kind of last year as well. And starting our next set of questions here. We start with the snakes start to sing. And yeah, they would be interested in getting my opinion on some PvP builds, or even recommending some. I don't know. They do know that PvP is not my focus though, but yeah, they have been playing some Conflict themselves. One of the things with with PvP, it is kind of a different world. I used to DZ quite a bit, but now even like DZ is different than PvP because we don't have the watch bonuses there. I do keep up a little bit with some of the discussion in those spaces, but that's always been also my answer, right? Like I'm not too much in that world anymore to really be confident in my answers, and that's why I kind of keep my mouth shut on them. I do have 2 DZ builds still in the build collection. That is kind of the grand total of it. One of the things that I definitely want to do, and that's always the annoyance, is just there is so much I want to do and so little time, of course, because together with raiding, getting back into raiding a little bit, I would love to get back into DZ and as well a little bit into Conflict. Starting next season, I'm definitely planning on jumping into Conflict, just forcing myself and just kind of relearning the ropes a little bit on the Conflict end, and then also going and DZ roaming and stuff, because I did always enjoy that gameplay, especially DZ, just roaming around doing a bunch of activities, and then if there was a fight, we would take the fight. We were mostly doing PvE stuff, but you know, if there was a fun fight to be had, we would take it. So I wouldn't mind jumping back to that a little bit. Going on to our next question, and this one is by Bad, and their main question is basically as well. First of all, they're kind of introing it and being happy that I've answered some of their questions in the past. But yeah, their question now is which feature you believe is currently missing and would love to implement it in the future. One of the things I would definitely love a lot, especially for I feel our console brethren, is having the options to, for instance, open all. Open all caches, because at least on PC we can open them quickly. On consoles, you really don't have that option. But together with that as well, sliders for a lot of things. I would love some sliders to just, instead of buying one by one of a Habsburg, as I get bumped out of the way there, having a one by one of a Habsburg, going for buying 150, but just by doing the slider. Instead of pressing and holding a button 27 times to get from expertise 1 to expertise 27, that should be a slider. They did, quite some time ago. I was about to say not so long ago, but it's been years now. They did that sliders at least to the watch points. That used to be per point as well. I would love to have sliders basically there in opening caches, both proficiency and apparel, and as well, yeah, for buying, for deconstructing and stuff, and then yeah, also crafting. I want to craft 150 times in one go, basically. Now, usually the reason, well, for instance, as well with the watch points, that it kind of goes slow with them. These are all each server calls, but they could automate those just in the same way as the watch, at least like going one by one by one by one by one. Because nowadays as well, I automate a lot of those for my own ends, just by with macros. And basically anything macro can do, I feel should just be in a game by itself, just so we can have that be there. And I would love a lot of sliders in a lot of places just so we can stop holding buttons dozens upon dozens of times to just like do certain things. And yeah, hopefully in the future we'll get more and more of those. And yeah, we'll go to the last one of this set, and that is would you ever consider doing burst and sustain tables slash rambling talks for Division 1? Good, accurate resources can be hard to find after so many years. Love the videos. And it's by Tim JC. I've actually been messing around a little bit in Div 1 recently. And I will likely actually at some point, and again, this is one of those things, like if I had infinite time, definitely. But yeah, rationing my time, trying to be smart about it. What I might do is actually, for at least the ARs and SMGs make, I've actually made a quick one because some info was available. There is actually a spreadsheet. I might actually link that underneath this question. There is the final version, basically, of the Reddit spreadsheet that existed for Division 1, which contains a lot of information. That is really the only sources I can find for ease of, like, in any case for Division 1 for myself as well. But yeah, on the other end, the Division 1, well, I do enjoy playing it here and there. Yeah, it's definitely not going to be a focus of mine. But I might actually, I might make some burst and sustain tables just because they currently don't really exist. And while definitely for a lot of stuff, there's obvious obvious places where, for instance, yeah, Lightweight M4, LVOEC, all of those that are from the police M4 family, basically in Division 1. They are definitely the top ARs in a very, at least for the high ends. I wouldn't mind actually having an understanding, working understanding there, because yeah, there's definitely a bunch of stuff in Division 1 that I'm definitely myself as well not too clear on about, because I wasn't that in-depth into it back in the day. Yeah, let's move on to the next ones. And yeah, we'll take that one. That was 6 minutes for those three. That's kind of fine because that's 3 questions. Now I need to find them again. Okay, so that one goes into done. This one goes into done. And this one goes into done. Okay. That's good. Let's take them out from here as well. Okay. I love how the band also is sat down for the last ones there. Record. I stopped playing and walk away because I mean, yeah, if this guy showed up at your show, yeah, I would also maybe reconsider my existence. Let's go for the hubs. I always forget what it is. It's like here somewhere, right? It's with where the bounty is area, so it's here, I think. In conflict lately, weird finishing, never done. I mean, that's the thing with, like, I did a lot of conflict, like, in year 1 and stuff. I find it kind of weird when players go like, no, I would definitely dislike PvP and stuff. Like, there's also a bunch of bullshit there, but it's just also the game. It feels pretty good to, you know, beat another person and not just AI. On my end, it's just been, I've been kind of lazy. I should have jumped in already a little bit, but I think I'll try to get back into raids first and then jump into conflict here and there. I'll likely just do it on Nokia and just
detected.
you know, just nobody recognizes me.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by
Still
hostiles.
looking to stick out a lead, but losing. So I'm just trying to figure out what else can do without having team buffs. Oh, is this more for like solo play? You mean? Because honestly, yeah, solo. If you're not familiar with those videos, I could link those in a second. But like, yeah, that would be that. But in a group setting, just having good damage dealers kind of deals with them pretty easily. Steal all these guys.
See how you like that?
Get your pet. There were some there, but they're gone now. You know what? I'm just gonna stand in the street. I'll be fine. What could go right? Yeah, let's get a next set of questions. Okay, let's have this one. And we'll go with this one. This. Because I'm trying to pick kind of like personal and then also some like more game mode stuff. Kind of like a decent. Oh, actually, yeah. Let's change our apparel again. Slightly that one, and let's have something. Start with that one. Sure, I'll make that one a lot bigger. That's the second one. Let's put this in this order.
You asshole. Oh,
Heard that. Heard you calling me an asshole. Yeah, it's punishable by death. Could have just shot me. If you were a smart hyena, you would have just shot me. Yeah, let's go with these. This is not a PvP run. Yeah, I used to do DZ quite a bit, even like past that, but kind of got out of it. Also, I just don't have like those people around anymore. I would. It was more I was getting dragged in. Those email accounts to rush expertise for you. Do you mean more watch characters, watch alts? Because yeah, it's not accounts per se. That's just characters. Overall, yeah, that's like what most people do. It's annoying that became the thing. One of my gripes was, you know what? Well, actually, I can't, yeah, that's actually not the worst. But yeah, I'll kind of answer it as a real question here as well. Because yeah, we could kind of go into some history there, but it was kind of annoying that they reused the same resources that we already had because that caused that issue. Like when they brought in expertise, my thing was like, just like, why aren't we doing new resources for this? Like the watch points are already like kind of, compromised basically. So, but yeah. But on the other hand, actually doing watch alts and stuff and stuff, actually, it's not the worst grind, right? Like, because you can actually grind it out normally, because I've done that. On main account, I didn't use much of I didn't use watch alts, I didn't have any. I did put a little bit of resources in, or I put some resources in there, but nothing from watch points. I only put in, basically whatever I like had, and just, the protectives and stuff like that. Whenever they were full, just put half of it in there. But yeah, actually, we will answer that question also, actually. So, that might be a good discussion piece. I think this way bar. I mean, that's the thing as well. For the early, if you're doing that, you have to kind of macro it. And at least in your case, you were saying hitting the space bar, so it's at least macroable. But yeah, that's also why I want sliders so badly. That would be so much easier. But maybe one day. Kind of waiting for the glare here. Is there a way we can not have the glare? It's better if I kind of stand there. But then the tree is kind of covering it, but that's fine. You know what? That kind of looks cool. Yeah, let's get her going. And going on with our next question, we have here from No Refill, and their question is, did you ever have an arcade that you'd visit to play games? Some of my favorites were Galaga, Tron, and Moon Patrol. Do you have any favorites? So actually, I did play quite a bit of of arcade games in the past. Well, actually, very young as well. I did have access to basically a home console. Actually, growing up even before I came to the Netherlands in Iran with. My dad as well was very much into tech and such, and my brother as well. So very early on, we actually had a Commodore 64. Later on, I had my own NES as well. Always been kind of into gaming. It has always been kind of my love and such. In the Netherlands, actually, there isn't that many fixed arcades the way that I understand from other people's stories, as was in America. Just there's an arcade around every store, or in every mall or such. That wasn't the case, but there was basically I don't know. Well, it's kind of like a traveling carnival, but those are very common actually in Europe, and we call them kermis, which is just And then once in a while they go from city to city. So usually in late June there would be a big one in my city, and yeah, there were several setups of that of arcades basically, but these were just basically in like setups that would get moved around and such. I don't remember, spending quite a lot of time in there. Although, a little bit, in my case, a little bit later than Galaga's and Tron's and such. That was that was a little bit before my time. I'm not young. I wasn't also, but yeah, I definitely remember playing a lot of Mortal Kombats and and such, and Street Fighters, and several dozen other games. I've been actually quite enjoying. About a year ago, I kind of got back into emulators and such, and revisiting a bunch of older games that I kind of hadn't played in forever, especially some MAME emulations. And it's kind of cool to go like, oh yeah, hey, I have a memory of this when you boot up some of the games where you don't recognize the name at all, and then you kind of find yourself having suddenly a memory come back to you. But yeah, I definitely did enjoy some of those. But yeah, they weren't as prevalent in the Netherlands as they are in other places. But also as well, I basically had a SNES when it was contemporary, and also a Super Nintendo afterwards, and so on and so on, and then later on into PlayStation and Xboxes, and then to PC. So yeah, I mostly actually, yeah, as the introvert that I am, I enjoyed them better at home. Moving on to our next one here is from SFO Eric, and what they're asking basically is any advice you can give to hardcore mode players looking to add diversity to their build collection would be appreciated. And yeah, overall, one of the things with hardcore that I quite enjoy is that you can actually, as a mode, of course, it is kind of dangerous to kind of go for dangerous things, like not the top metas, but that can also kind of be fun because that, if you're not just running a full strikers at all time, it adds to the tension quite a bit. I've been enjoying, especially headhunting with on hardcores quite often, where you are kind of squishy, so that can be a downside. My tried and true tested setup that I go for it with there is basically the striker tech tank, but then without the artificer. So basically not a tech tank, because kind of need the revive hive there. There is just moments when combat will happen, and kind of like we're getting into the game as well here, where suddenly you get assaulted by something that you're not expecting, and you just have to deal with it for a second. And you do need that revive hive. So I end up actually running basically a striker tech tank, but then instead of the artificer, a revive hive, and then sometimes as well just gunner instead of technician. Going out from there, that kind of becomes sometimes OD to have the ability to deal with the directives a little bit. I haven't been playing much in group settings when it comes to hardcore, so I think in a group setting you can diversify a lot more, because if somebody is kind of the red build in there, other people can go other things and kind of support that. But I haven't played around that much. One of the things I have been thinking of doing is definitely, and that's definitely going to happen. It might take a while though, because priority of things. I'm going to add a hardcore recommended folder to the build collection in the same way that we have like a striker recommended and stuff. At first, just adding a few builds, basically, that striker that we kind of talked about for reanimated specifically, running a full blue hotshot with also blue court Habsburg pieces, because you don't have to record them, so it's actually easy to get them. That works actually really well for reanimated, for instance, with it. But there's definitely, you can play around there, but it's extra dangerous, but that's also sometimes the fun. I do actually enjoy that a little bit about it. Going to our last question here of this set is from Hunter UK, and a little bit of misspellings there, but we'll forgive him for that. This is from just the Twitch chat, so they likely weren't expecting it to pop up on screen. But is there a unicorn piece of gear that you've always wanted, but never got? There is actually a few. I have a lot of the unicorns, things like, for instance, the Habsburg pieces, I do have that on second account. I don't have that actually on first account because I don't have watch halts on the main account. So trying to get those pieces without watch halts and not having like infinite resources to basically put towards them, I just have never tried it. But on second account, I do have watch halts, and there, for instance, I went for them. Same for the 511 backpack, for instance, which technically is a super unicorn. I do have other rare things as well, like a purple orbit that you can't really kind of get anymore. Things like a purple O'Carroll, for instance, as well. Although those are easier to get nowadays. But together with that as well, Enforcer, most of the unicorn pieces that you would like. There are some standouts that are missing, though. One of them is, in fact, actually the Adrestia with Detox and Determined, as you would want it. The Adrestia, you can actually get it if you hide your nemesis every time you go through title. You can actually get an Adrestia. One of the interesting things with it is being a quest item. It is actually you cannot recalibrate it. So you get what you get. You can optimize it. You can't recalibrate it. So it has to drop with Detox and Determined if you want that. And of course, in previous season, actually, I did make a pretty big attempt to get it, because back then as well, the SR1 that it's based on, it was the top weapon. It no longer is, but I still would love one, and yeah, here and there, whenever we do some titles, I do hide my nemesis and try to get one. The important thing as well, if you're interested in getting it yourself, if it does drop and it doesn't have the stats that you want, you basically just leave it on the floor and just move on. If you were to pick it up, it is a special item. You cannot sell it. You cannot. Well, you can deconstruct it, but once that's the thing, of course, with it, the game wants you to deconstruct it. When you deconstruct it, you get the piece. If you were to get that the scope, basically you would have to redo all of the strongholds when they come around, and then you can make an MSS to get that item out. Because once you have that item, the adversary doesn't drop again. So you basically leave it on the ground unless it is the one that you need. And there are players that do have it, and I'm very envious of them. Outside of that, though, not many items actually come to mind. I'm always farming for items or items that I currently don't have. I basically, well, for instance, here I have a shopping list, although, well, likely not readable. But yeah, I'm looking for an UAC, a few MG5s. I need to get one more bighorn for a build on a character. For instance, stuff like that, but nothing that is out of reach. I'll get those. Anyway, I'll cut it off there. Yeah, let's put that segment in there. Let's also, yeah, let's get that out of there. So wait, which ones was it? That one and that one. Let's put these in done. And then, you know what? We'll go and yeah, let's go from here. We gotta take that one. Let me get you here for a second as well. I need to go first. Which is a yes. Yes, yes. Where is it? Although, yeah, well, the thing with the NES was back then there wasn't like a 4-year cycle between, like, the NES was around for like forever. I remember back then, like the Super came out like, what's the gap between the two? Actually, I have no idea. Let's find out. Super NES release.
Hostile assembling golden bullet.
So this is 92 in Europe. So
Hostile has full golden bullet.
83. Yeah. Although that's the Japan release. The following year. So that's 95 for you, or 85 for US. Let me see. 87. So actually, I didn't know that the NES is as old as me. At least in Europe. Because I remember getting one like way into it. But that was all still like the Super Nintendo was kind of like coming out at that time.
Received golden bullet.
You fuckers go away. Thank you. Actually, for this one, yeah, we're not gonna do.
That was the last one.
Well, actually,
Be an easy target. Not anymore.
do we have? Because I was gonna use the chairs here. Seeing as it's daytime still. I just find this so silly. It's likely based on a real thing as well. Likely, right? Oh, let's change apparel again. I should have saved this for this because it's red as well. But yeah, no, I'll go with Okay, so let's get these three out of here. Let's get our next few in here. Kind of works. Oh, this one can go into done. Wait, did I accidentally put one in done that I haven't done yet? Oh yeah, I did. Start with that skill efficiency one. Then PFP, and then that one. Okay. Yeah, let me catch up here for in chat for a second, and then we'll go into here. Yeah, actually, yeah, my English is just osmosis, hanging around with Brits and Americans way too much online. That's all gone. I mean, well, you can just always send the friends request. Oh, the thing is, yeah, if like usually it's because quite often I do open it up to like if somebody wants to join or something that they can. In those cases, yeah, but yeah, the name is basically the same as actually you're in YouTube chat, right? Yeah, it's the same as the channel basically. That's my Uplay name as well. So skills, oh yeah, that came out today, of course. Yeah, it was like, wait, what? But yeah, I did make a bunch of shorts like that, and yeah, they're gonna the shorts as well. It's gonna be basically, I did now two only tips basically, and then it's going to be only the shorts are going to go only tips and then build overview, build only tips, build overview. And they're going to go in between 2 days. Like it's basically a 4-day cycle. It's a main video and then 2 days later a short and then 2 days later a main video and then like that. I'm going to try to keep that cadence going for the coming while, and a bunch of them can be handy. As yeah, the double tapping for Firecam is a lot of people don't know it. It's always whenever it comes up in discourse and stuff as well. It's always like somebody who didn't know. That's also the thing. Is like it's plenty of things we all don't know, right? And that's why we teach. AK-12. Well, maybe in the future. Yeah, let's start on this set. We'll start with just establishing shot. Actually, let me like read the names once, just so. On that one, I was like waiting to like parse the name kind of before I accidentally say the wrong name. I will feel extra bad for that. But yeah, let's go on this. And yeah, for our next set of 3, we'll go here with, first of all, a game question by Lampros here. And this one, definitely, I know a lot of people don't know well. It's also poorly explained, annoyingly. And that is, they ask, how does skill efficiency work? As yes, we're getting also next season a gear set that will add some of that in. And of course, we can get some from Empress, and we can get some from Memento as well on this. And what skill efficiency is that basically it is in the same way that, like, for instance, weapon handling is accuracy, stability, reload speed, and swap speed. And every point that you get into that is 1 point into all of those categories. The same is true for skill efficiency, but then for the yellow stats. And in this case, it is skill damage, skill haste, status effect, and then we have repair skill, skill duration, and skill health. Those 6 are in there. For every point of skill efficiency, you get 1 point into all of those. So especially for skills that benefit from multiple of those, that can be very beneficial. For instance, yeah, of course, the obvious one is just having skill damage and skill haste per point. That is already very nice. But then as well, there's, for instance, skill health in there. That's why the memento is so good for tech tanks, because we get skill efficiency that gives skill health and skill haste. We're making use of those two. And there is definitely some truth to it as well, that skill efficiency, for instance, is much more useful, especially, for instance, for a mortar, where you're using both skill damage and status effect together. Than it is, for instance, for just a turret drone build. There you could have just skill damage, because you're not per se, the duration is nice, the health is nice, but you're not making use per se of the status effects there. But skill efficiency is basically that. It's the equivalent of kind of like weapon handling, but then also includes some of the damaging side. So it does increase the damage, and that's also why we do go for that stat, especially if we're making use of multiple parts of it. Going on to our next one, we have here Cole Fries asking about my PFE, basically, and also what is the character on your channel profile pic? And this is quite often asked question, and some people do recognize it as well here and there, and that's also why I have it. It is from Phantasy Star Online 2, which is a very old game, and honestly, there's actually a lot of overlap between that game and Division. It was also 4-player based, basically. There was hubs where we would kind of get together, and then you would go on to missions, basically, together with 4 players. It was a third-person shooter. There was multiple classes in there. That's also what that is. There was it is a rack cast, and that was the basically there were multiple species in there, humans, some robots, this one being the robot, and then that was the cast. And then you had melee classes, ranged classes. The Ra is the ranged classes. So that was kind of the character as well that I in that style that I used to run in that game. And I would love to actually do an kind of a look back video at some point, and I might, well, again, time permitting here or there, we might actually try to emulate some of that game and kind of maybe show it a little. There's definitely, I didn't realize it till much later, but there's definitely a like kind of prototype Division parts are in there, and I would be curious to, if it ever presents itself, to ask some of the devs some questions. I might ask them. Was this an influence? Was this known to you guys? Because definitely in parts it kind of overlaps, and it's kind of interesting that game design wise there's a lot of language shared between them. Going on to this last one here, we have the question here by Emtis. Asked in the chat, and what do you think about the future of the Division games, and what would be your perfect The Division game? Like location, new things, and features like skills, gear, or maybe even stuff like playing as a rogue agent or hunter. And of course, we're going to go very broad here. It is, what will we want? Everything. When do we want it? Now. We get, location-wise and such, I feel there's always, of course, to start off with the easy one out of those, actually, is I wouldn't per se care, as long as it's somewhere interesting, somewhere where they can have a lot of visual things. Like, for instance, here in DC, we have a lot of visually interesting buildings, locations, and for instance as well, what we were using here in the background, some art installations that they took over, or some wall paintings. Having it be set, especially, well, city-wise, I would prefer a city style as urban areas to explore. That would be, to me, much more of a Division game than, let's say, where, for instance, Wildlands or Ghost Recon's basically have more like open plains and such to fight in. Some urban setting, several, well, I'm not too familiar with US cities. And yeah, so, sometimes also comes up, people go like, maybe some, let's say Paris or London or such. And then, of course, the thing is like, oh, but Division is an American thing, so why would they be there? I think story-wise, you could make that make sense, because you could just go, this foreign government has asked us for help, and we're going to help. You can always write around this kind of things. But yeah, I would definitely think it would be an American city just to avoid those questions at all. Like, if you go to, let's say, a London or a Paris or something like that, you have to explain why they are there, and stuff would have to, be in place for that. If it's just an American city, you just, it's just another Division. What I would love for more Division is actually, that they do keep kind of the core that they have here in Division 2, which already also existed in Division 1, but to me is much more refined into, especially, for instance, the shooting going from 1 to 2. Well, I can definitely see the side, for instance, that kind of prefers the shooting in Division 1. The shooting in Division 2 is kind of just more of a mini game that you kind of keep half an eye on. You don't have to reactively recoil compensate, basically. The recoil is very consistent, so you basically just have to get that consistency and get the muscle memory in. And then you can basically let that just be muscle memory, dealing with that. Together with that, yeah, always keeping skills and such, not putting in classes. As I kind of talked about earlier, I'm not a fan of classes. I feel they are generally just there to make it so that you have very limited play, and then that if you want more, you have to kind of do replayability, and that always irks me with a lot of games, all the way from Diablos and such, because I would want to experience some of the other things at endgame. But to go through the game again to that extent to get to that end game, quite often I'm up for it once or twice. But yeah, for instance, in Diablo 3, I never got past like doing it twice, and I would have loved to see some of the other classes as well. And together with that, yeah, keeping the kind of like the gear system as they have now, and then just more of the same, basically, in a new setting. For me, by itself, even keeping Division 2 and just expanding on it would be a perfectly fine thing. But of course, actually, at this point, one of the things that, because there is that sentiment always, why don't they just expand on the current game? Same for instance, some of the MMOs and such is, and that's, unless you have that original team kind of there, the way that, like, for instance, WoW or EVE or something has there. And I don't mean original as in the people, but the knowledge base that you need for that can do fine. But as we're already experiencing here, a lot of people that are now working on the Division 2 don't really know what the original people that made Division 2 kind of did to get some of the stuff working. And because of that, you're kind of, you have to either re-engineer a bunch of stuff or just leave the stuff broken, as we kind of experience. So going to a fresh start can be beneficial in that way, just as well will be a great reset to everybody. And I'm not per se against that. I do think, though, that whenever that happens, there'll be a big grumble going around the community of like, we have to restart and such. But at least with a new game, that could be definitely viable. But yeah, what I would love is kind of, it's hard to explain. More of the same, but also better. But what is better, what is better to me is not per se better to others. What I hope, though, that, they do keep the core of it there. The minute-to-minute of Division is definitely the thing that kind of keeps me going. And then on top of that, having build diversity without having, classes and such. That I very much enjoy that. Let's grab that one in here. So this was 9. This was 9. Okay, and then we're in here. So this one can go. This one can go. And this one can go. Let's take the just in time. That worked out.
Received. Unit lost. 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 Un
Let's take this character back. We'll swap characters again. One last time. Yeah, but we just hit 6699k 669.9k channel points. Well, now you have to stop watching forever. You know, you have to keep that number, of course. There. Sad to see you go, but yeah, it has to happen, right? Let's actually, yeah, let's put this guy back on heroic because I forget, and then be surprised next time. That's also what that is happening. Go back to your normal clothes. Okay, let's go to character tree. We'll use them. I'm sending here. Oh, yeah, I'm trying to catch him here.
Safe area entered.
I've been sending. Yeah. Shouldn't look weird because I did that. Yeah. I mean, well, next up is 6969, right? That's already coming. Weird choice of words there, but it's fine. Let's take the thing off. Let's take this to normal. Let's take just strike attack thing or something. Let's take apparel wise. Actually, this might be the last set of questions because I think I just have one. I'll say, how long has this recording already been going? Because I think I have one here, and then I'm gonna pull two from Discord. Oh, let's go with this. Which one would I want to go with for the last one? I think we'll go for Derpy Tiger. Yeah, let's go for Derpy Tiger. We've used them recently, but we'll use them again. Would I prefer the snow weather from Division 1? Honestly, you know what? We'll take that actually as a question here. Because we'll take that one and then... Copy, paste. Because we have this one, which is recently asked about. Because yeah, we can kind of talk about the history there as well, and then we'll talk about which of the two I kind of prefer. It's like actually, yeah, I'll take those two, and yeah, I had one person kind of asking, kind of DM me it. I'm gonna guess they actually don't want their like name shown because they usually don't interact with me on chat and stuff. I don't know if they would let. Yeah, maybe we'll just keep them anonymous. But yeah, they asked basically what the weirdest interaction I think in the game is. I'll likely go with this too. I prefer $1 million. You know, maybe we'll make that our answer. Yeah, let me delete. So this is this one. It's that one. That one there. We can go. Yeah. So I'm kind of setting that up there. Yeah, let's go. And for our last little set of questions here, we'll go first with Alexander W's here asking, what do you think of making and deleting mule accounts to rush expertise, for example? As we're kind of in the chat, kind of talking about some watch Alton. And yeah, kind of my opinion on that. I think actually in the end, it became an interesting thing that is kind of a way for us to play the game, kind of. Watch alts as they kind of first originated, once we kind of had the watch point system and such, it became kind of clear that yeah, the account is sharing the account SHC level basically, of course, across all of the normal characters. So not the hardcores have their own SHC level. And that meant that, yeah, you could make a character, delete them, you would, spend their watch points, delete them, and then, yeah, you could make a new one and have those watch points again. That in the start of it was actually very early on we found that out. But there wasn't really anything to use. There wasn't anything too useful there for that. Because keep in mind that, for instance, even at the very start when SHC level came in, optimization wasn't actually in the game yet. We did have recalibration, but we didn't need that much resources for that. Once optimization kind of came in and we kind of realized, oh, we can use this for the resources for optimization through the blueprint system, it kind of became clear that, yeah, that was a pretty good way to go. And then that extended, of course, kind of then into, yeah, having expertise also be that. One of the things that I was kind of sad about once expertise kind of got announced was that it didn't use any of the newer or a new currency system or something for it. Because that could have actually prevented kind of watch alting just for expertise. Because if it was resources that we couldn't just get by just spending watch points, then also maybe they could have brought the costs down by quite a bit, because now one of the things is the cost can stay what it is because people will watch out for it anyway. But on the other hand as well, just the mechanic of watch alting, I actually kind of enjoy. And I think for a lot of people, it kind of depends, because if you anything that you do too much, if you eat steak, if you like steak, first of all, if you're not vegetarian and you like steak, and you know, if you eat steak every day, that's still, after a while, it loses its luster, and you know, you suddenly dislike steak now. Same is true for watch alt. So for instance, in my case, I quite enjoyed actually that mechanic, and especially in the past going through WONI. We would usually do it in a group setting. We would usually have one person carrying others. We would just be basically chatting it up as we went through the game, and I kind of had some fun that way amongst ourselves, where we were kind of doing a chore, basically, right? And nowadays, even still with just doing the DZ method and stuff, I kind of enjoy it as a something else if I've been playing quite a bit. But that's the thing. If it's a something else, as you know, a palate cleanser after doing a lot of the same thing. The downside is with especially expertise, you kind of need to, yeah, do it a bunch of times. I remember as well, for instance, more recently with my third account, I kind of actually, in the end, went like, okay, screw it. They're 2K now. We can just speed this up, and instead of running every item, I can get by just expertising through it with some watch alts. And yeah, that became a chore. That is definitely a chore. But yeah, nowadays, once in a while, doing that on second account and third account where I have that option for some watch points, I actually kind of like it. It is something different for the few hours that we kind of need to do it. Together with actually gearing them up has become a thing that I've been just doing, keeping characters at level 30 or 31 to check the vendors and stuff. And that actually, adds a little bit of enjoyment overall. But yeah, it would have been nice if they because the watch point resources were basically, at that point, it wasn't known that they were contaminated. Basically, they shouldn't have used them for other systems, but in the end they did. And is it horrendous? No, but yeah, it would have been nicer. Nowadays we're getting at least XP events for expertise that will allow people to catch up. Because keep in mind as well, watch alts aren't per se required for that. Because actually on my main account, all the way back, it took me quite a while. A lot of people around my watch level got done a lot quicker because they would watch alt it. Because back then I was like maybe 10k or something. But yeah, I actually did the full grind basically just on the characters. I did put resources into it, but not from the watch, just whatever I picked up, whenever my protective fabrics and receiver components was full, I would dump that into it. And, whenever I was too full on some resources, I would dump that into it. But I wouldn't per se spend watch points on it. But yeah, I got there in the end. Took me a while though, and definitely was one of the longer grinds. Moving on to this one, and that is, would I prefer the snow weather effects from Division 1? And actually it's very apt that, we're getting some sandstorm a little bit here in the background as this question comes up. One of the things is, especially with Division 1, going back to it now as well, one of the things actually for myself kind of turned me off on it, and does come up sometimes as well as a lot of people do prefer the visual style of Division 1. I'm actually on the other side of the fence, kind of. I'm not even on the fence of it. And that is that to me, I don't have any kind of reverence for snow. I feel a lot of people have, child memories of, it's Christmas, it's snowing, you associate snow with happiness and stuff. It's not that I don't associate snow with happiness, but yeah, basically me growing up in the Netherlands, it doesn't snow around those times. Basically, it snows much later in the year usually. And what to me is always annoying, kind of, is there is a lot of white. Basically, when you're running around, most of your monitor is basically grays when you're in Division 1, and this actually does cause some eye strain. As somebody who really likes dark mode on everything, I kind of dislike it, actually. I would much more prefer to have basically not have gray be that, that much coming from the monitor. Of course, it's a minor issue because a lot also takes, indoors and stuff. So you can always bypass it a little bit. But I personally, actually, I prefer Division 2's visuals. They go a lot more with colors. There's a lot more green. There's a lot more, it's a lot less gray than Division 1. But that was of course, kind of part of the atmosphere of Division 1 as well. Division 1 was much more about, it's just after the apocalypse, we're trying to survive. Division 2 is much more about rebuilding. And, it's coming back from the brink and such. We'll go to our last question here. I don't actually have it. We're not going to pull it up on the screen because this person DM'd me it. I'm not sure if they want to actually be shown on screen. Also, it's basically a paragraph, so I'm going to paraphrase it because the question is kind of in there, and that is that basically what is as they went through several interactions that are kind of weird about the game, and they asked me basically what do I consider the weirdest interaction in the game. And what is kind of the weirdest thing in the game, in my opinion. Now, actually, one of the more recent ones is actually going to be likely my answer here, and that is that, for instance, specialization weapons and how they deal with them. Because as recently did a video about was that specialization weapons don't have a level, turns out. We actually generally didn't really care how specialization weapons worked in the past because we could always... we could calculate off of the shot that we did with them and then kind of take that out. But if we were going to go from a base number, apparently nobody really had stepped in that pile of, manure on the floor and gotten it all over their shoes and then had to go get interested in it. But yeah, recently we figured out that at least for the minigun and the TAC 50, we kind of have a formula now, and that is that basically there's a hidden multiplier in them, built into them, a self-multiplicative multiplier, the third one in this game that we found so far. And that is because the TAC 50 and, well, all of the specialization weapons actually don't have a level. They don't go up in level, but actually as your character goes up in level, they get this hidden multiplier added to them. Their base actually stays the same at 30 as it does at level 40, but then it is basically your weapon, or well, whatever multiplier is applying to them, and then there's a hidden multiplier on top of that. And actually, this has been one of the mysteries that I've been kind of working on more recently. For the other weapons, there is two components in there. It's not just that hidden multiplier, because there's more to it, and yeah, that makes it very confusing and convoluted to try to separate those out. And I do think I have a good way of doing that nowadays, but yeah, we'll see if I actually am right in the future, because we'll likely do a follow-up video on that, on how specialization weapons work. But yeah, for instance, yeah, that is a very weird interaction. But there's dozens, actually, in the same way that, yeah, kind of trying to figure out and more so also remember what all of the interactions are. Because, you know, that that's also one of the things that has definitely kept me with Division is there's so much weirdness and so many interactions that we kind of want to understand and such, that makes it quite interesting to kind of, you know, keep digging away at it. As long as you dig away a little bit, you'll find a mystery to kind of solve. And that was kind of fun. I definitely enjoy trying to find those mysteries and then also hopefully get to the bottom of them. Some of them are, of course, very easy with, you know, some of the things being mismarked and trying to just understand what they were. For instance, in the cases of the wrong text ones that we, for instance, more recently kind of went through and kind of updated, trying to, yeah, just figure out what they were originally was kind of fun. But yeah, let's go on to our conclusion. And yeah, we'll take this one's into done. We'll take this one into here. I think I got very ramblazing as it's 11 minutes. Yeah, but that's still like 3 minutes per question, or like most of them are 9 minutes, so like 4 minutes per question at most. That is a total of 1 hour and 10. And yeah, we'll just do an outro here.
Hostile control point nearby.
Likely, yeah. Let's end with that one. Let me also, yeah, let's delete these two. Let's also turn off this fan because it's actually getting cold. What is up? And yeah, that is the question.
Hostile assembling a golden bullet.
You know, end up with this guy. Let me get you on some of these as well. Is the spreadsheet accurate? Because I've seen that and Hutch references. Not everything is, well, there's two of them. So it depends on which one you mean, but both of them are kind of have parts that are out of date. Because yeah, I think both of them still have. Just kind of pull them up for a second. Because in this one, for instance, they still haven't fixed up the center wards. Like this is, yeah, 12% reconstructed cache on Nemesis. This one. But they have at least, actually, I don't, did they upgrade these? I'm not sure, actually. I just use mine nowadays. Um, what would be a good one? AR. Where's the FAMAS? No. So yeah, 44191. This is the old number. So yeah, this has still not been updated, even to the project resolve things. So, but yeah, this one as well as like I saw them being busy on the weapon side. I think they've updated most of the weapons. But for instance, here as well, the brand sets. Did they upgrade all the brand sets? What's TP's Cheska, for instance? Oh, no, they did, because this is 30. This is 13. 20%. Okay, so yeah. They're slowly both upgrading their stuff, so. But yeah, they're kind of lacking the manpower now. That one. Oh, was that the first one or the second one? Yeah, both of them are parts that are out of date. But they're not, parts of them are also updated. Oh, second. Yeah, that one's getting slowly updated. There is still definitely some stuff, some of the talents and stuff I noticed was some of the exotic talents and stuff aren't updated. Like last time that I looked, it might have actually already been updated. Okay, yeah, let's do an outro here and then we'll sign it off. And we'll round it out here. And yeah, I hope you found it somewhat informative to kind of hear some of my backstory and yeah, some of my answers here to some of the burning questions people had. And yeah, I quite enjoy, as always, kind of answering it. And yeah, it's been kind of fun to do a second one of these, as yeah, that also means that, of course, now the channel is 2 years old, basically. Of course, the channel as a thing, because yeah, it was just my personal profile or my personal, YouTube account. It has existed for much before that, but yeah, as we kind of talked about, the first video kind of came out the first real video came out on today, because I did a few test videos before that, which are still actually on the channel. And yeah, that also as well is kind of the reason when they went up is as we it's kind of glossed over is yeah, it's the day before it was my birthday, so I did have a little bit of time to kind of invest into that, and that is of course again as well together with the channel anniversary, my own anniversary, and yeah, now I am I am now 30 SHT level 38 in real life. I'm not 38k, but yeah, just 38. Yeah, we'll get there. Hopefully they don't kick me out of the countdown. But yeah, as we get older, hopefully we get a little bit wiser, and yeah, hopefully not just bolder, but also a little bit wiser. But yeah, to round out this, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. It is much appreciated always, and it does help out, so I'll do that a little bit of shilling. For future videos, the next one up is actually going to be on the history of the build collection. That was recorded actually before this, but it'll come up after this, which is also, of course, a big part of my own history, basically, with Division is the build collection. And yeah, we'll kind of have a double hit of history to go there. We're going to go into an build showcase, likely after that, of Umbra, together with some, hopefully, as well, as it'll to kind of allude to upcoming things. Yeah, one of the things that I want to do is kind of like a podcast format that'll be hopefully coming up after that. And I'm kind of looking forward to that. And we'll have a guest for that as well. So yeah, I hope you join me for now. But yeah, for now, this will end it off here. No more questions. Class is over. And yeah, as always, have a good night. And yeah, we'll just round it out with that. Yeah. So yeah, let me quickly get all of those together in this folder. How long is this thing? This is 1 hour 30. Okay, it's actually not as bad as I was fearing it would become. Because that one can get away pretty quickly. It's too easy to just ramble way too long, at least for me. Let's jump back to the scene where we have we also have the chat up on screen. Let me catch up as well if I missed anything here. And thanks, Scooby. And anyway, for those as well on the live stream, if you weren't aware that outro was just for the video. As I said, the video is now in the bag. I'll be going on here for another hour here with the stream. First things first, though. Let's go get ourselves. Although actually, on this account I already had one, right? I do. There's a first site detox. You know what? Yeah, let's quickly do that. Well, actually, let's just start with this gal. I'm gonna go do a few of these. Capture ourselves a little few of these and then kind of get them done. I don't know if anybody else like needs these. If you are, feel free to hop on in. I'll be swapping around on characters and stuff, and likely trying to we'll likely get all 4 in quickly just to get more chances at first sight. I wouldn't actually mind having one of them for character 1. I have a build that it could actually fit in on.
Want to know where my buddy has set up shop today?
Link to the SMG damage. Which one do you mean, Rogue? Do you mean my ones or the ones that was like on screen there? If you mean my ones, they are all in this folder that I'm linking here. If you mean one of the ones that was, because I don't know if that was at the time when I had the spreadsheet of the spreadsheet app.
My friend.
Hostile control point identified.
I got you. Yeah, no worries. You're not the first. Because yeah, I mean it's also like you get, if you're just coming in, it sounds like I am leaving because but yeah, that's just for the YouTube there. Because yeah, we're recording the anniversary video, and I'll go up tomorrow. I'll stitch it together tomorrow afternoon and go up
Hostiles
on the
guarding
evening.
location nearby.
And yeah, the channel will be 2 years old. Gonna go kill these guys. Just, well, they would have been far enough if they wouldn't have joined for Sam.
Hostile assembling a golden
Yeah, just gonna do it with that directive just real quick.
Agent received a golden bullet.
Because we're gonna do this kind of likely 4 times in a row quickly. But if anybody else needs some of these, feel free to hop on in or let me know. I can get you in there. Okay, what's that one's already? Yeah, all of them live in there. Although next season likely, seeing as we'll need to touch them up anyway. I've already actually in the background kind of messed around with how I want to set them up.
Join your group.
But we're likely gonna redo
Hostile completed the golden bullet.
because we need to change the reloads anyway. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna take the talent and give it its own like row. I think I've already done a test version of it. And actually it won't be too hard to kind of, because we can sort them by the name of the weapon and then it's just all of the talents of the weapon. It'll still be annoying, but I'll get it done at the start of the season.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
And actually, for those interested in the first sight, in the AR one, in those ones, actually, I did put the first sight with just sadist in there, but you can compare it against the other sadist weapons. Basically, sadist is a flat 30% to any of them. So it doesn't per se matter that like it's basically the same as with that. But yeah, the thing with it is the reload, because it does have 30 headshot, but also then it has a much worse reload. What are these guys fighting? Let's maybe clear this first.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
The bastards with golden bullet hit pretty hard.
Is that the last one?
Yeah, let's get it going.
Reinforcements en route.
And actually with the striker tech thing, I've been enjoying Chameleon.
Incoming hostiles.
Like actually this
detected.
is a build that like really synergizes with Chameleon.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
Fuck yeah!
Because I want to be close range anyway. So it's not too bad of a...
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Only downside is, yeah, you have kind of double stacking. Like when you're starting out, both your weapon doesn't have much damage and then also your build doesn't have much damage. It stacks up plenty fast anyway. No worries. I'm also like, I don't do much for my birthdays, and I'm not gonna. I don't advertise it much. Anyway.
Detected.
Last year I put it in the title. This year I was like, I'm not even gonna put it in the title.
Supply room access unlocked.
Because I kind of spend a little bit of time this afternoon just with some buddies
Nice to see the division helping out. This is fantastic.
and made myself some good dinner. That's really all I wanted out of it anyway. Yeah, let's see what this one turned out to be. This one turned out to be future perfect. Well, I mean, if you want an extra one, yeah. But if you're up for it, I'm gonna do this on just like all 4 characters. So I'm just gonna go park this one, swap to the next one, and then. For today, still no V-type on. Yeah. Although you might as well, if you want to farm it, there is also the ability to get it with from the loot goblin, basically. He seems to drop it much less than anything else. And also, I'll mess around with it, well, not tomorrow, because tomorrow is the climax mission. But likely one of these days. On a third account, I actually deleted like the one I got from the project, and I couldn't get one to drop. So maybe keep one from the project in your inventory. Normally that wouldn't be an issue, but yeah, with that one, I get the feeling that might have actually been an issue. And thanks, and thanks, Waitress, as well. And indeed, it is. Well, actually, technically, yeah, no, actually, it isn't anymore because yeah, it's 12:04. It is. We are past midnight.
Hey, Agent.
So yeah, no, it's technically the day after my birthday, man. But yeah, still thanks. Well, yeah, I'm not one to really care about birthdays and stuff. I just
Another agent is now in your group.
oh yeah, I need to reset world. I'm 15. Thanks so much, Jeff Faders, for the 5 gifted, and I think everybody that got one there as well will very much appreciate it. But yeah, thank you so much for the generous gift there. Anyway, we'll be sure to waste it on whatever whatever silliness comes into this bundles next. Actually, there's no. Likely tomorrow we'll get something, although likely a repeat again, because yeah, this was a repeat, and the Parnell was a repeat, and this was a recolor. Not a great track record that they have there going there. Yeah, reset the world there. Let's go capture it again. And detect first sight after 1 hour. Nice. Oh yeah, it's good that it worked out for you. I have one on this account as well. I wouldn't mind, but yeah, the thing I would love is a second one, so we'll kind of try to get. Actually, I could put one on one
Hostile control point detected.
one of the characters. So we'll kind of likely get this in quick. And then we'll see what we do after. And actually look at target at the end. They tried Walker Harris with glass cannon for pesty. Overall, Walker and Harris, like you would need the first piece. Walker and Harris is a heavy cost. Is the thing with it. And we have basically, because of Legmo, we have enough choices to go without that. Because we're going to go Contractors, Fox, 3-piece Legmo.
Detected.
Even if
Hostile
you're going like
supply
without
contact.
Coyote, you can
Heavily
put in the
armed.
mask slot. But that, well, that thing is. Oh, we have an elite patrol. I'm gonna deal with this patrol first here.
How the hell did he get up so fast?
Hostile completed. The golden bullet.
Yeah, let's gonna start this fight. Yeah, I'll try that there. There's a lot of them. Man, even with golden bullets, Heartbreaker can't really stack well.
I'm reloading! Too close!
Another agent has joined your group.
I'm chaining as well.
He's moving!
Let us all back.
Yeah! Come on!
Heavily armed. Hostile supply convoy nearby. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Oh, they're spawning on the. Okay, yeah, it's the elite convoy, of course. They're spawning back there. But also, one of these guys is gonna be. Yeah, watch out for both sides. Unlikely. I'm not gonna survive this. Maybe just barely.
Hostiles detected.
Barely.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
That's why I like tech tanks. You can do stupid stuff and get away with it. Barely. Just because of how chunky they're. I'll be spawning from that.
Detected. Hostile supply convoy. Heavily armed.
Deal with these guys before we.
Hostile contacts.
Right there!
And now let's get set up here. I'll take all the loot on the way back. That's what it says there. No reason. Thanks for the questions. Hey, I have a. I get a loot box. As I get a hype frame thingy. Oh yeah, I think we're already. It's gonna sound
Reinforcements
silly.
incoming.
Oh, we sure will. Blackjack and hookers, right? That's-
Taking it out. How you like that? No, we've lost one.
I'll spend it on my New Year's resolution, which is to, as most years, it's to drink more and to do more drugs and to sleep less and to be more angry. It's always my New Year's resolution. Because yeah, I'm not gonna do it anyway. Might as well make it something shitty, and then I'll feel good about not doing it. Is my thinking there? If I'm not gonna do it, might as well make it worthwhile to not do it. I need a potassium.
The wind through the trees sounds like
Hey, good for that.
Supply room
That's me.
access unlocked.
I should forget that that thing is there. I should actually replace that link. It's to the Steam version of that to just that, or like word like for my, because I have a guide like on Steam that like has also all my links. It's usually the thing that is like linked underneath most videos and stuff. But could actually change it to that. That one's much cleaner nowadays. You're in EST time zone? No, I am in. I'm on CET. I'm in Europe. Central European time. Currently, the non-summer version, the winter version. So I usually, my streams are on the evenings for me. Yeah, we got another one there. Rate of fire with killer. Oh, so, I think you two already have your rounds, right? But if you want to donate it, maybe if you don't have a proficiency, I have mine proficiency already. But then yeah, let's do that 2 more times if you guys are up for it. Unbreakable journey to. Nice. Well, if you did get it in the end, that's at least, yeah. All's well that ends well. But yeah, I'm gonna change character again. I'll be, feel free to hop on again in a sec. I play late sometimes. Generally, I play from. Oh shit, that's the character. I usually play from 9 in the evening for my time, and usually I go to 1 at night. That's yeah. Although the thing is with me as well, I work like my work wise is either I'm working from home and it's basically my own hours, or I'm working in the evenings anyway. So I kind of need to stay, have that rhythm to at least go to like at least like usually when if I'm working on the evenings, I'm coming like I'm going till like 2 at night. So I need to have that rhythm in there.
Safe area entered.
And yeah, now I'm on the right character. Do we want to take?
Another agent is now in your group.
Let's go with the sputter. Actually, and now let's take it to do this thing. And you can actually, if you want to do it faster than we are doing here, you can just set it to normal. You don't need any difficulty. There's no difficulty requirements. We could do it on normal, but also with golden bullet here and stuff as well. It's trivial to do it on heroic. And also we'll get some heroic bounties from our snitch buddy here.
My friend set up shop. I can tell you where.
Golden bullet being assembled by hostile.
But honestly, actually, I don't go that late generally. Sometimes I go to like 2 at latest.
Another agent has joined your group.
I thought you're kind of waiting for. I need to
Hostile
cheer in
control
bed.
point nearby.
Oh, we have this again. With the convoy.
Heavily armed. Hostile supply convoy nearby.
They seem to be a little bit further out. If we just engage them without engaging the control point, we can just take them separately. Let's just do that. Slangma the way to go for most LMG builds. Specifically for Bestie, there is... But the thing is, you can always go Striker. Like Striker will outdo high-ends on the hits. The thing is especially that if you get the Pesty tick, one of the ways you can kind of see it is just if you get the Pesty tick, which is 10 ticks of whatever number you're hitting, if you can get that high enough that it can kill an elite, for instance, especially solo, so getting it above 1 million, so that reaches like 10 million. That means that it will kind of keep the stack alive as long as there's enemies. And for instance, Striker can't do that. You reach like 800k or something at most. But an Langmo setup can reach like 1.5 million pretty consistently. Pretty easily. So there's benefit especially for the Pesty to go 3-piece Langmo. But for most of the LMGs, like honestly, yeah, the actual answer is Striker, as with most things. I think I'll just set up. Oh, I'm clicking. Played some Division 1 recently with the MDR there. But yeah, I was... Instead of just holding the button down. And the main reason is, especially with Langmo, is that it is weapon damage and Striker isn't. So it doesn't affect the Pesty take, but Langmo can. It's kind of the high-end rifle with 3-piece Zvia. I do kind of actually like this build. Gives up quite a bit of damage though, but still not too bad for the weapon handling we have with it. Curious to see if the UIC becomes what it is kind of looking to become next season.
Reinforcements en route. Civilians in danger. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Are they getting into combat over there? No.
Golden bullet complete.
Oh yeah, also this is the last day of Golden Bullet. So if you haven't spent your stalls yet, be sure to spend your stalls. Which I'm saying just as much for myself as for you guys.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
And then actually next week we'll have double XP for, or well, actually we don't know actually the amount, but yeah, we'll have multiple XP for season XP, not for, you know, levels and stuff, but for those that haven't completed the season yet,
Supply room access unlocked.
be sure to go through that. And yeah, if you haven't done your season yet, the scouts, doing just the scouts, you can do it on normal, and yeah, it just takes like, it'll take a few hours to get through all of them.
Civilians in distress.
You can also find all of the answers for them on Reddit if you just search on the Division Reddit. If you just search scouts and then week and then the number, you can find all of the scout answers there. So I just do it on normal and do it quick and just get it done. And every scout, like not every step, but every every tree basically, you get 2k normally, which is 2 levels in the season. So if it's double, that'll be like 60 levels just by that. 64 almost. Yeah, the Legmo pieces are kind of hard to find sometimes. And yeah, thanks Metaphor for that. Congrats there. Some go when enemy is completed, the nameplate goes away. I don't remember this happening before. Yeah, that would be true because yeah, that didn't happen before. I don't know if I was in the same character. I'm guessing yes, maybe. Get the resources here. Or wait, or were we missing? Actually, probably was here. Using Omni. Oh, he's over there. Okay. Yeah, let's swap characters one last time actually. Oh, actually, yeah, of course, yeah. It's on the same character. But yeah, when enemies get the full golden bullet, they kind of go invisible. Which honestly, I wouldn't mind as like a directive or like a as a way of this, but yeah, that is indeed happening. Let me actually clean this character up real quick. No.
Glad to see you, Agent.
Headshot, nearsighted.
Thanks for your business.
Also, I can close this tab and this tab, like a billion tabs open because of the questions and stuff. Anyway, one last time on this character. Also, let's get them off those silly clothes. Because alongside of the other issues of like sometimes you don't do damage until you reload.
Entering safe area.
That one that also exists with that. I need to reset. No. But yeah, actually let's change. Heroic. Let's go back to our normal clothes. Looks a little weird to me that way.
Another agent is now in your group.
Yeah, since we were talking about bestie. Because overall, like one of the better setups is this, and this is then not per se just the highest tick, and you do want that just for it. It's not the highest tick, but it is overall the combination of tick and damage. Yeah, let's head over there again. I know there's also no way around it for now, but it's actually not too hard. One thing you can do is pulse. Use pulse for seeing the enemy because they do still show up on pulse. I know we got a bunch of snitches in a row. Oh, wait for I'm load in this thing. So we can always use some bandies in the sand. It's one of the harder zones to get
Another
bandies
agent
in.
has joined your group.
No, likely go do one of them. You know, patrol leaving, but let's actually engage the patrol with them because we'll get a golden bullet off of them to use with the thing.
Use a drink.
Come on! Together!
The hazard effect is actually kind of cool. And I'm also not sure what, because yeah, golden bullet always had a few issues, one of them being the hit reg, but sometimes like you have to reload before the hit registers hits again. Also, yeah, so enemies sometimes when they should get golden bullet, they don't. Like for instance, the first wave of this kind of stuff quite often.
Heavily armored
Okay, now
hostile
there's
detected.
also that issue. I guess just gonna die from the besties. Well, I'm trying to get backbone. I mean, yeah, you can go with different rats with that. Number of course stacking would kind of work with it, but yeah, it being not. That actually doesn't count.
Reinforcements incoming.
Because I was actually outside of that thing.
Incoming hostiles detected.
That's one of the things you can do as well with Passage, just put it on Striker. That works fine enough. But yeah, there's definitely, especially solo, a setup like this actually is kind of cool for its ability. Like once you get a full stack on somebody, once you get that 50 stacks on someone, and it kind of gets around, it does its own killing basically.
Serious trauma detected. Agent incapacitated.
I've fallen.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
It's quite some, yeah. Although, yeah, that point is also a little bit too much. All the things actually I like running with Golden Bull is just getting my fire rate
Supply room
down,
access
so you kind
unlocked.
of, you know, you can keep shooting for a little bit. Let's get our leads. And then yeah, if you guys are maybe up for it, let's maybe, don't know if you guys done a daily yet. I noticed that the premium pass daily is also the same as the normal daily, so for those of us that have that, that'll be beneficial. Because it's basically capture control point downtown east and donate and Grand Washington. But then let's maybe take it to have we'll just take 3 directives, not the 5, just so we can run whatever. I kind of want to run this bestie setup. Then we'll go capture a control point first and then go in. And yeah, we have a spot free as well. If anybody wants to join us, feel free to make that known or just join up. Is it not golden bullet all down?
Danger.
Yeah. Oh, is it off? Oh, it is off. Oh yeah, I had it off on this character. Yeah, and we don't see golden bullet at all. Okay, it's active now. Yeah, I had it off on this character with when I was recording. Yeah, we got a rate of fire first sight there.
Hostile control point identified.
But I already have one DTOC one, so that's a good start. So maybe just go for MLK. We'll capture MLK, donate there, and then do the mission, and then if we need to donate more, we can get even more. Although, actually, yeah, let me, that's a jump in voice that might make communicating easier. But I'll jump in a voice channel there. And for Gannon there. Also, just to double check, I did do my, I mean, I did with slots, right? That was a slot run, yeah. We did our descent. Our weekly descent.
Hello.
And hey there, Punk. Hey, sorry about that.
Yeah, it's fine.
Not even paying attention. But yeah, let's just do this right.
Getting that
Do the
black tusk
control
assault
point
team out of there is
first,
your
so
main
it-
objective.
Oh yeah, actually, yeah.
There
indeed,
are
yeah.
a few high priority targets we want
Exactly.
you to neutralize.
Let's do that thing I
Codenames are
said
Puck,
20 seconds ago and
Roadblock,
forgot.
and Carver.
That happens.
Friendly combatants
Hello.
nearby.
Yeah, look.
And hey there. And yeah, let's use with this patrol here. We'll also,
Hostile assembling golden bullet.
because this was always an issue. Like Isaac just goes, hostile assembling golden bullet, and then nobody is.
Bullet complete.
As soon as I get good bullet, everyone hides and I can't get anyone.
The strength embeds these moments, like once there's a full stack and it's kind of jumping around. But it's all out.
Detected. Heavily armored hostiles detected. Agent down.
They're camping with the cars.
I want your back.
Stay the fuck away.
Just watch out when you get up, there's a sniper turret on there.
They're right there.
Oh, although, yeah. This invisible lady.
One battle won.
Let's get set up for defense.
Good, Agent.
He's, in position.
Reinforcements
Let's
en
get her
route.
going.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
But we're having some fun with this Tech 50 AC.
Yep.
Well, I hear mostly, actually. That extra patrol coming in. And the shield guys are really nice for SD.
Friendly combatants nearby.
Going around.
Go ahead. I'm here.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Replace this with like that.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
I need to reload.
I'm here for you.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. access unlocked.
They still spawning.
I can bring him back.
So it's elite. Third elite funnel.
Oh, yeah. That's not bad. Use them for. We needed one extra activity anyway.
Something in the far side.
I'll have pulse in a few seconds ago. But should be spawning here from the sewer. Or was that the other side? Or oh, that was the last one. That's what
Friendly combatants detected.
that makes sense.
Weird. I'm pretty sure this is service or something.
Get the supply room. Unfortunately, no, definitely if you want to hop on in. We have a spot, so whoever wants to take it. You have me on this account? Yes, you do. Otherwise,
Another agent is now in your group.
although actually, yeah, mind if I join in instead of could I get an invite inside? Kind of implies it, right? But yeah, we got the 3 thingies done. You guys, if you haven't finished your daily, if you guys donate first, this is my world, so I can always do it later. This guy is likely, yeah, he has for one more person. Oh, it's actually for like 2 more person.
Where's, oh, there he is.
So you guys donate now, and then I'll do it later. Worst case, we can always also go and capture somewhere else. And then let's jump back for the grand question. Oh yeah, also I actually totally forgot.
Friendly
As a
control
treat for
point
myself, I
nearby.
bought some strawberries in it. Totally forgot they're laying there. Let's indulge, shall we?
I just feel like they just took out fun of the game when they like with the stack 15 when they nerfed the tips. It's working, but I wish
Yeah.
was the same.
Do you have an option of somebody going OD? Because we could take a Pistolero along it. No one just keep no regen off. A little bit more XP.
I kind of see
Okay,
it's
okay.
really changing.
Because I don't have a good OD on this one. But yeah, I think Omni has it.
There we go.
Getting that black tusk assault team out of there is your main objective. But there are a few high priority
I'll
targets we
actually
want you to
open
neutralize.
with some
Their
blinds.
codenames are Puck, Roadblock, and Carver.
Just to make it easier to.
Hostile assembling a golden bullet.
You're gonna have to do this room by room. We have zero intel on how they're set up on site.
Stay out of my way.
A full bird. Somebody got the key or?
Nope.
I'll go for it. Yes. You guys go ahead. Although somebody might have already gotten it as well. Somebody did.
Somebody did? Okay. Didn't saw anyone there, so I figured nobody did it.
Yeah, I might as well check. Just to be sure. Might have even been me. I might have actually gone and gotten it and not even remember. Would have me the first time.
Confirming that Puck is down. Good work. Continue clearing the building.
Also interesting how often Grand Washington has been invaded the last few weeks. This is
Picking up some encrypted
for
chatter in your
side, but that's
vicinity.
pretty bad.
Assume they know you're coming.
Overall, it's not great when it comes to. Because the thing of it is, it's an AK, and the AKs haven't been performing well. They're okay sustainers, but then this one as well isn't an okay sustainer because it actually has a reload speed reduction. Like it's getting plus 30 headshots, and then it's getting basically at minus 25% on the reload. So overall, not the best deal, honestly.
I hate how low it aims. And just standing over the edge, but when I aim in, I'm just in the edge.
Hostile completed. A golden bullet.
When I'm trying to aim low.
Serious trauma
good.
detected.
Roadblock has been neutralized. One priority target remaining.
And a few max out items today, but none of them really worth keeping. That's an thing is, it's an interesting idea at least. I don't mind them playing around with variations like these, especially making them free talentable. Especially with how they've been shifting around talents and stuff. Honestly, it's not the worst idea to play around with some of the other things on a weapon than just because that's the thing with some of the perfect talents. It's just if the underlying weapon isn't good, apartment comes to mind. Like measured is good, but MBX isn't, so apartment isn't good.
Rogue agent detected.
Oh, did I actually say it, Rex?
No.
Oh, okay.
Now I'm
Only
guessing.
just-
No, I would have said it by now. If nothing else, it's an easy item to proficiency. Because, you know, a ranger plus D-Talk wouldn't be the worst one. Also, actually, well, you can even donate because you can keep. It's a repeating project in the same way that the other ones were. So you can keep doing it over and over and just donate it. And especially now with the double XP up, you can donate 10 and just instead of the
Golden
20.
bullet being assembled by hostile.
Interesting is that it's double XP, like actually how much you get, but what they advertise on
Triple.
Twitter is triple XP.
Yeah, that was. They have their not moments, and that was one of those not moments.
Another batch of reinforcements just headed down from the roof.
System disrupted. System reactivated.
Let's get the extra loot here.
And I think me and
I think-
you,
Looks like
our
they're
agents, are
taking up
currently
defensive
deaf because I
positions around
shot
a mobile command post
in
topside.
close
If they've
environment.
got
I
a
shot the
command
Tech
station,
15
you should
right
pull
next to your
data
head.
from it.
So we both deaf now.
Yeah. I mean, just shooting that thing indoors would. Yeah. Create special results. They're usually firing, even like assault rifles indoors can be very, very loud.
Oh yeah, this is not the day spawn that we wait for
Yeah,
them to spawn.
we have to all be in here. Yeah. Well, the first be in the circle, but you'll get dragged here.
Download initiated.
I'm going back anyway. Because I'm sniping.
Complete.
Remember, same mean to jump down, but
Complete.
and yeah, now we have to wait for 47 seconds because we're too good. It's a penalty for being too good.
We did keep my bullet, golden bullet.
You just keep tossing your.
I don't think my drone is gonna get back fast enough.
Yeah.
75% complete.
Just 1 second late.
You know what? I'll leave the bus to you guys. Let's see how this works out for me. If we look at it, this that can't be recalibrated and leveling it out. That's an overall. Okay, actually, yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can use it that way. Yeah, the address is special, so you can't do. Can't do
Agent
much.
down.
Easy. Oh, that's
There's something on the top behind you. It's like all the way back there.
oh, there.
It's all 3 priority targets down for the count.
I'm surprised it's still getting
Reinforcements entering the building on the ground floor.
Roger that.
DNH parts here.
Agent, you're gonna have your hands full.
But yeah, basically with a headhunter, you can still just determine it and... Oh, well, actually, you can't recalibrate the talent, of course. So, yeah, actually. I'm speedrun result on hard. I'm curious what Striker said about the damage acceleration for the final 2 red tanks. I think it's gonna depend on if you're close enough for... Because Just Striker with ACS seems like the obvious answer, but...
System malfunctioning.
My turn.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent down. System restored.
Because, yeah, if you can stack with ACS, then Chest Striker. The thing is... Oh yeah, you can get the stacks pretty
Blast
quickly.
appears to have abandoned the location.
But like considering it, isn't that maybe better, especially on hard? Because likely maybe even like I feel actually having something that like doesn't that on hard get speedrun the boss room with Eclipse, just to.
Hostile has full golden
I
bullet.
think, yeah, use Eclipse the whole
Because,
time.
and then they just shoot it with a capacitor, and then I haven't watched one in forever.
Or they can just use Dodge City. Just use like a
Oh yeah, that's also for instance.
combination. Keeping Eclipse.
The true
not
sun's
using
old weapons
Vials.
Because I
factory.
think it's gonna
You can't
depend
let that
more, like the acceleration there is gonna depend more on like how much health there is available. I would think anything other than did everybody else get their donations?
Yep. I don't know about others.
Yeah,
But I think Omni maybe already has it.
under May 50. Worst case is
Friendly
somebody still
combatants
needs it.
nearby.
We can come back to them. I also, yeah, Danny's open for those that haven't gotten him yet. I'll reset tomorrow. Anyway, they get those projects in now. It's nice. We do have SMG zone. Although the SMG zone, should they have any
Where's
baddies there?
SMG?
New York. And,
Oh, yeah.
oh yeah, I got it. Can't see baddies there, of course. One. Shall we go for some SMGs?
Yeah.
We'll
I
just-
haven't been in New York for some time.
Yeah, same here. It's actually one of the things I was thinking today. Is just like it's annoying actually that we no longer have the New York. Like none of the dailies or weeklies is going to New York because of the one end game,
Yeah.
and kind of miss it actually. But we'll find our own way there. And here as well, we can do some bounty cheesing.
Or they could make something like you have the season pass,
Yeah.
special dailies.
I'll make it
They
just
could
if you
make
have
this
Wony,
something-
just extra project, extra weekly project. Also incentivizes people buying Wony. Like that's what I would have done. Even more so than just the stash space. To fire as soon as possible, so I can play this here.
Safe area
Yeah,
detected.
unlikely. Thing is, at that point, maybe even like strikers might not even be the choice. Just going a glass red might be preferable. Just by virtue of not having to have stacking happen much. How many stars am I on to? 189. Let's maybe I should take it to 5 directives, then I'll go combat medic. As well to kind of take care of no regen, and then we have Omni as OD.
Does Pistolero empty out the spec ammo weapon? Like spec ammo?
Don't think so.
Oh,
If I remember right.
Find out in 6 seconds.
Well, actually, just coming to New York would have lost you your ammo, right?
Yeah, but I got 2 already.
Are you writing tips?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's working. Even when we had to go the bullets out, like it worked.
Oh yeah, what Headhunter, like Headhunter can kind of keep it going, but
Yeah,
it just
I'm
doesn't
trying
reach.
to enjoy it again, like not need to worry about it much.
I was more surprised that like I'd almost forgotten that thing existed. I won't challenge you. Yeah, it's annoyingly it's nighttime. Let's maybe go capture the control points and then we'll reset the world again and then hope for some public executions. We'll likely capture both control points and do a few baddies and now What is the purpose of life? It is why are we all here? Only to suffer? Oh, I'll make when Bye-bye.
Hostile assembling golden bullet.
I think Comic might have actually crashed out as he's still in the voice channel, but it's not responding, so likely it
Hostile
actually
has full golden bullet.
blue screened or something there. So I'm gonna take these guys without
Golden
aggroing
bullet
the
received.
control points.
Cover me. I'm out. Reloading. You got this. I'll cover you.
As well as getting back loaded back as well. Let's already assault this, and then we'll wait for him a little bit if you have to. There's an extra patrol on that side. Gonna do that to them.
Now for the fight!
So we can get special ammo going quickly. Yes.
Right! It's a
But yeah, I think the easier answer or the easier question is what isn't the purpose of life, because basically that's a shorter list. It's whatever you want it to be plus 10%. You're gonna go get set up upstairs here.
Back.
You fell off the world there, I noticed.
Yep. I
Did-
opened the cache and I got a blue screen.
I mean, yeah, it's not the best loot, of course, a blue screen. Yeah. Well, at least booted back up again. More dangerous ones are always the blue screens that you don't come back from. A little look there.
piece of shit armor!
Yeah, it would be bad if I got some blue screen that I couldn't get back from, and I didn't have a PC to actually like try and do the master climax.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Yep. Then you would have been stuck not climaxing.
Yeah, I would be edging the whole time.
I have so many titles for tomorrow in mind.
Hostile completed the golden bullet.
Oh, yeah, I think we'll go with just the obvious ones.
I think those is gonna be climaxing, master climaxing with the homies or bros.
Yeah. I think it's gonna be something like, yeah, finally we get to masterfully climax all over the season. In video games.
Yep.
It's gonna do something like that.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Hey, yeah. Let's get Bomb a sec to load back up and then I'll call him in. Then I'm gonna-
And what were you saying when I crashed? Something about, you asked me about Homer.
An agent has left your group. An agent
Oh,
is
is that
back on the
right?
line.
You were saying something when I crashed. It was about after you asked me about if I'm running the tips, and then you started saying something, and I instantly crashed at that moment. So
I don't remember. I was likely more, yeah, I was surprised that anybody actually remembers tips. I'd forgotten about it.
yeah,
Because actually in those recent lists as well, I now realize I've been forgetting about going, because yeah, I've been going like, yeah, they need to do like Patriot through Patriot, and they need to do like X0 and Cavalier and so, but actually I'd forgotten about tips myself. Yeah, let's
I wouldn't mind if they actually like make it a little better. Just I don't know why they decided to change that. It was fine. It wasn't the best, but for some reason they felt like it was too OP.
I think they were trying to go just a different route with it, but then like
Yeah, they tried
they
to like
failed.
make tips to go for all spec weapons, not just Tech 50.
Detected. Nearby location.
But
Guarded by
Tech
hostiles.
50 was the only like usable one.
Well, the thing is, like Headhunter was
Yeah.
usable, and that was more the thing. You can always load it up.
Yeah, I picked the character now. It's just
Okay, I'll
course
call
you-
it in already.
Reinforcements
start it.
incoming.
Worst case, we'll wait on the boat killing the boss.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
I'll bring it and unload it on the tanks. Try with the backpack. Does more damage if you can. Thing is though that yeah, I don't think there's gonna be much in that room because you're not gonna get a heavy.
Hostiles.
The
Guarding
first
location
wave,
nearby.
even on heroic, doesn't contain heavy. Subsequent waves, like only the boat when it spawns, but that's after the tanks will have a heavy. And on hard, everything's like, even the tanks are gonna melt with it, just tanks. Because that was my, like, thing I was thinking of as well, but I don't think it will actually work out. I think it's gonna be more about what works out there. Because honestly, maybe even going something more like Negotiator could be worth it there, because you could mark... Can you mark the tanks? I haven't ever tried, that I remember.
Another agent has joined your
I don't see why you wouldn't, as you can mark boxes and stuff.
on Roosevelt.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can mark up the negotiator.
no,
Because you're correct on it.
that could spread damage to them and get boats, kind of.
Yeah, you could go like, if you got lucky and great, you can just one-shot both of them at the same time. Oh no, I'm in the danger zone.
But is it a highway?
hostile completed. The golden
sure.
bullet. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Or is it just the highway leading to it? Do you actually even know what song I'm referencing, or not even? Is it before your
Trying
time?
to think, but
Never seen Top Gun then, I guess. Highway to the danger zone.
oh yeah, this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I couldn't like put it together because I'm just maybe too stupid, I guess.
I mean, I was a baby when that came out as well.
Just
It's
noticed
like
that the
old. But I've seen it like
Room
dozens of
access
times.
unlocked.
pop-up for like for the level up is not like misaligned. It's like at the bottom of your feet.
Sorry, what?
When you have like the another level,
Mm-hmm.
like on the watch on your shoulder, it pops up what level you got to. And it just pops like at the bottom of your feet.
Oh, okay. Oh, that might be actually the same kind of issue they're having with the sense showing other people's pay.
And there was even the thing that I noticed, but I wasn't sure if it's just me, but when you have a golden bullet, like you have like the black dots on you or something, it's a little net right next to you. It's like if you stand, I'm just right. If someone is standing right next to you, it's just misaligned to the side.
No, I didn't notice that. Well, let's get this public. They'll get us some bannies, and then let's go do that. And then we'll go do Celebration Hotel. So far as it again, if you don't bring a built-in percentage, massive lives mission yourself. Perhaps I mean, I feel, well, we could also just have all strikers and then just foam with them. You know, just
it's gonna be
foam all over.
At least if it's gonna be Black Tusk or combination with Hyenas, because they showed the boss and it's a Black Tusk chunk with Hyena logo on it.
I think it's just gonna be Hyenas. Like,
so if it's Hyenas, they kinda have their own CC, but it's gonna be annoying with the disorient.
Yeah. Well, actually, we'll first go through it just normally. At least that's my plan.
Yeah,
The normal
I'm
version.
not gonna go
then,
master right
well,
now
not
because I
normal,
need to-
but heroic. But
Yeah, I need to see what's going on first.
and then
And
normal.
after that,
And then
I'll
we'll
try maybe
master our
solo.
climax.
yeah. So I'm gonna run it in a group, the master climax. I'm gonna just see if I can even try and solo it.
Or the master, yeah.
Yep. Heroic is gonna be easy to solo, but master I don't think so.
Again, depends on what it'll be. Get these
It's
gals.
gonna be all the Black Tusk legendary button triple tap.
Hostile assembling a
It's
golden
actually
bullet.
now alongside of Black Tusk and White Tusk, we'll get Pink Tusk.
We get the yellow tusk.
And I have output for that. Just gonna take. Yeah, it's not gonna do anything. I need to reapply it
I
again.
mean,
Yeah.
I have definitely the outfit for that. Yeah. The lovebirds.
Hostile
Where's it?
control point nearby.
Perfect, right there.
If they were low health, I would have one-shotted that purple.
Agent
Oh,
received a golden bullet.
We're in range apparently.
Immediate
No, we
medical
won't get a
assistance
ban.
needed.
Oh, yeah, there's one in the middle.
Agent
Yes.
out of action.
Yeah, I got him. I got him.
Hostile completed. A golden bullet.
Cool, I see. I mean, that's usually the case. Like, most people are nuts. It just takes a while to
Incoming
actually
hostiles
figure that
detected.
out. Just wait till you figure out what's wrong with me.
Numbers.
All the numbers were wrong on me.
Only if I can aim.
Just point and pull the fucking trigger.
It's easy.
We don't lead over there. Knowing that we didn't get our bannies. But it's about to become daytime anyway. Although as well, actually, I don't want to make it too late tonight. Because I definitely want to get up on time and stitch that video together and then do a bunch of work stuff so I have the evening Like I can go into the evening without anything on my plate. Oh yeah, let's go to Celebration Hotel. I don't know, I'm gonna go get set up there.
Fucking hide! Got any other toys?
Yeah, let's push in there. Ah,
Behind you, Omni, watch out.
Serious trauma detected.
Stairs.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Who else is gonna make us look weak?
An agent needs assistance.
Stay still so I can kill you!
And then the famous Christmas songs here always. And now let's go into defense. See where they spawn from.
Reinforcements en route.
We're curious to see as well if this one's
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
like, yeah, I don't think it is, right? Facing base base.
Golden bullet being assembled.
We would
by
most of the
hostile.
time be facing just that way.
Hostile has full golden bullet.
Just when I... Like 4 enemies punched up at once.
Agent has
For
disconnected.
tag 50. The game freezes!
Showing other screens you
The game
disconnect.
freezes, you need to heat it up.
Have you actually? Are you on Nvidia or are you on AMD?
NVIDIA.
Did you install the newest driver or not?
Yep.
Maybe that's causing the issues, because there was some stuff for, there's like improvements for snow regions, but that might actually be in.
It was the old one. I think it was 56640 something, but I couldn't find it. Couldn't find it like on the official. There was like 56636. The one that had like a hotfix for the snow drop was like
Heavily armored
5664
hostiles
something.
detected.
So
No,
like,
no,
it was
there was
part
like
of it.
more, one of the more, like the one that is out, like, came out like somewhere last week, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
That one has,
That's which one I have. I think it was like 30th January when it got released.
no, but I mean, like, yeah, try downgrading from it. Because that might be good, or is this just, because I feel like last week and a half you've been crashing more, right? Or is that?
I updated to it like a few days ago.
Well, first.
I think it was like 2 or 3 days that I downloaded the one.
Okay, so.
Get around that shield!
Thanks for all your help.
But yeah, my PC was crashing a lot. Like the blue screens wasn't like wasn't like something new. It's just
It
old.
also could be the
Friendly
Windows
control
doing
point
it.
detected.
Okay.
Supply room access unlocked.
What are our thoughts on the new name they are? It isn't too good. It's pretty bad. You got an AK, which is like a C tier weapon, and maybe like low Bs at best. Mixed with having plus 30 headshot, but then there's also a reload reduction.
Golden bullet complete.
So that doesn't actually make for good for a good package, honestly. I think what it is, it's definitely usable, but it's not. Yeah, it's kind of, you know, it's not in the top 10 of weapons, and that basically means that you kind of forget about it.
Yeah, with Harvest it made sense because it's a practically a one-shot pistol. So you don't
Can I engage
care
these
much
guys?
about
Definitely.
reload.
Yeah. Well, also the Harvest is like just one of the better weapons, anyway. Or like Lexington is like stat-wise. This one being like a B tier weapon, and then also not having
Incoming hostiles
the most
detected.
useful of things for it, because it's not like AKs are known for their headshots.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
No problem. No worries. Hell, we've all been going down. That's what happens in playing aggressive. That's also what the team is for. Also, it's open world. If we wipe, like, that's not even... it's not even really an issue. You can just respawn in, worst case.
The truth is, I was getting shot at and almost died, so I just unplugged it. So
Yeah,
it just crashes.
you just hit your lag switch. Let's go get that rescue operation. And let's actually, hopefully Panic leads up. We'll capture it and then wait for its completion.
I think I'm already loading in. I picked the character.
An agent is no longer in your group. Hostile assembling a golden bullet.
Spot me here anyway. Yeah, let's go up this side.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
Funny that I get into use stat baiting over there
Which painting?
on the left.
Oh, for the video, I mean. I was keeping it all in DC. That was plenty anyway there. Because actually there was like 6 other places there than mine as well. Because I'd still also bank if I need to.
Incoming hostiles detected.
And when we complete it here, let's wait for Comic to load in and we'll actually complete it.
I'm just gonna free XP just crashing and letting you all do housework.
Yep. All you have to do is blue screen yourself.
Another agent is now in your group.
Oh,
Immediate medical assistance
there's one
needed.
behind us. Watch out.
Agent in
What's shooting me?
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
There was my answer. Oh, control points should have special stuff.
Detected.
That one is already...
Some people already hate it, so I don't know.
Yeah. I'm not the biggest fan to begin with on that one either. Yeah, let's make sure to grab our bannies.
For example, Dot, I remember he just when he's doing like a series when he's showing how to do in your control points, and for that one he just said just turn the music off, Like, totally in the settings.
One way to deal with it. Shall we just go to the 4 bounties that we have? And run out with that. Let's just go do our bounties and then we'll call it there. Actually, I'm fast travel to me so you don't lose your ammo. I'm out. Only. As a trick as well.
Target is near you, Agent.
That's the first. It just isn't worth that much for leveling up, yeah. I mean, it definitely isn't a weapon that I would like expertise on anyway. I'll be interested to see next season the reload speed improvements. The AKs are actually getting a decent chunk, which actually makes their sustain end on like the normal AKs and stuff pretty okay. I'll be curious to see what the first sight becomes at that point as well. But as it stands now, it's usable, but you know, it's yeah, it's a bit here. At least it's free downloadable. Like that still makes it so much better than most of the names.
Received.
The thing is, they could have just give it a rate of fire and it would be already good.
I mean, but yes. You could give it, I mean, even the headshot could have been more. Like if it just had plus 30 headshot and then actually didn't have a downside in reload, that would already made it pretty decent. One of the things I'm curious about to see, and someone will likely make this. One of the things what it is, if you just calculate it out at 100% headshot, the way that a lot of people do, it will beat the Lexington on 100% headshot, but yeah. Now go do 100% headshot. And,
I want to do this.
yeah. But I'm awaiting the first, like, this is the best weapon in the game video. Because the thing is as well, there is like now a precedent with like the Lexington, so people are are primed to believe it, even though it's, you know, of course not true.
Farm this now, the new best weapon in the
Exactly.
game.
Put my healing there.
Hostile assembling golden bullet.
So I'm gonna go sit for the next wave.
Oh, I missed the head.
Hostile has full golden bullet.
Just trying to find his head.
Yeah, but also if you can just kill the healing box, main healing box.
Target down. Good job.
Yeah, they just spawn from this door for this healing, so
That's your target.
once it ends this point, we can just spawn down.
An agent needs assistance. Serious trauma detected.
We get,
You got the target. Nice.
Or I charged my toxicity and hit the dog.
excellent.
Target neutralized. Good work.
You know, we need some
System curtailed.
Black Dusk tech ass.
System reactivated.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
I'm gonna have 2 hours. If there's not gonna be any maintenance, I have 2 hours tomorrow to kind of like just try heroic solo for the climax mission. Then I'm gonna later on try to master.
Yeah.
But in a group.
Before they're gonna have a 12-hour maintenance because of it.
Actually, there's no announced.
Yeah, I checked. There wasn't anything. Unless they would like announce it later on.
Yeah, although actually as well, like they haven't been too correct on keeping the thing up to date correctly. Let's head back to our entrance. Let's just use up our bannies here. So detalk. Okay. I'll keep an eye out. I actually haven't seen any like detalk weapons at all so far. I'll go to the entrance and then either run back or fast travel to me.
So let me allow put stagger rounds on Tech 50 like it needs it. It doesn't stagger itself enough.
Now you need poisonous bullets for that.
Civilians in distress.
I'll put mine.
Target is nearby.
Isn't this what Embots claim? That's the slice bread. Those people already are using Nemesis because if you're aimbotting, you might as well go all the way to the top. 100% of my headshots. That's below the metric that I generally use. Because actually, like, if you're actually interested in how it kind of stacks up in the metrics that I generally use at 20% headshot, I've actually added it to the AR on Striker DPS table. So not the main tables, although I should maybe because it has a different reload, but I haven't yet. But that AR one, I've only added in one sadist one, basically. So in the list of that AR one, if in between the sadist ones, you'll see it there. And yeah, it's not too great. It's a little bit more than the AK, but the AK is pretty low.
That's your target.
Right. Supercharging here in the next room because I can't pick up my hand. In check.
Hostile assembling golden bullet. Vital signs critical.
You got the target. Nice.
Oh no.
Agent, target spotted. Target neutralized. Good work. That's your target.
It's reliable. Mooney extra reliable.
Target. Nice.
Extra reliable Mooney.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
What a weird name.
This sounds like this not next season's gear set, but or brand set, but the one after. After Shiny Monkey Extra Mooney.
Then it's gonna be is there a talent called reliable or something?
Oh, we have the new reliable.
Oh yeah, you can use that. And with the new gear set, and it's extra Mooney reliable.
Back to the entrance we go. Where do we stop? Nobody knows. Well, it's when we run out of bounties is the answer. Because this is also one of those areas where, yeah, we can bounty cheese like this, but this is, of course, not as good as like Downtown East or anything.
Yeah, it's a lot of running here.
Yeah. Well, even like in the assault part as well, because we're running for most of it. But it's still better than, you know, just random places. Yeah, also, actually, I have a DTAC of
It's the
45
18
vector. Somebody wants that. A P90 if somebody wants that. Yeah, who has some still? Or did we all overlap?
Oh, I had overlapped one.
Okay.
So I don't
I have
that.
one.
Okay, oh, it's popping.
Target is near you, Agent.
Worst case, I also have one challenging one. Can run that bit.
What I enjoy with the Tech 50 is just aligned to enemies.
In the area.
Two dead.
So, this last guy, I don't know why, but I think he's angry. Also,
He's
he's
quite angel for it.
he's angry Barrett. Well, at least it's not bad news Barrett. So he's not at least British. It's like I even like that guy. He doesn't even exist anymore. Or likely is AEW as well or something. At this point, right? One would think. But I was wondering, and I'm going like, wait, what? Wrestling shit. Don't worry about it. WWE shit.
Didn't saw him. Didn't see him. And he didn't even go the bullet, so I'm just blind.
The real golden bullet was inside of him all along.
Hey, better check.
Golden bullet received.
Already spawning. Was quick.
There wasn't like multiple heavies this time. That helps quite a bit.
Understood, sir. Man down. I'll get to it. Watch out!
Oh yeah, it's all of them.
Hostile has full golden bullet.
Target neutralized.
Grenade!
Good work.
Target covered!
Here's to see what mission it will be at as well.
You got the target.
Tomorrow's
Nice.
climax.
Weren't there any like leaks of somebody
Thank you for
being
keeping
able
us
to
safe,
set
Agent.
master on some mission?
I think you can set it on like a bunch of missions if you like toggle it a few times or something.
Okay, so it wasn't like specific mission. They were kind of like give it out.
Don't mess around too much with it. This would be like super expensive. But yeah, we'll see tomorrow. And hopefully it's kind of incursion-y. I wouldn't mind. Although honestly, most of the climax missions are actually pretty... I've enjoyed most of them. Well, all of them almost. I can't think of a bad one that I like actually dislike.
I didn't like the last one.
Keener?
Kelso? Oh, yeah, Keener.
Keener.
That boss fight was kind of fun. I like that.
After that, I kind of like used my brain and figured out that I can use visibility the whole time, just to destroy the turrets and destroy the drones, and then just
Yeah,
destroy the boss real quick. It was easy.
exactly. I just PFE'd my way through it. Actually, yeah, we should check. Do we have more bounties or not yet?
I have just 2 normal ones. One is one of the dailies.
I have one challenging one of me. Yeah, I've used his as well. So otherwise, I'll pop mine and then I'll. Take that as we've used them all. Yeah, let's clean up this challenging one then on mine, and then we'll call it there.
The target is nearby.
Oh, actually, it didn't go. Let's not run around the streets. Let's try to have it be here. Okay. I know I saw that hostage rescue being there. But yeah, no, it's just because we would have to come back all the way here. I'll just clean out this one and call it a day.
Hostile assembling a golden bullet.
And by itself as well, one of the nice things about this spot as well is just you can get some New York fashions, although we have also a much better spot than this. We have actually a very cheesable spot, which is in Civic.
George CD Church.
That's the target, Agent.
Rossi and Mendez.
Target neutralized. Good work. That's your target.
Hostile has full golden bullet.
You got the target. Nice.
Hey. Camleon, although Max says. Strangely enough, I do need 2 more Camleons, but I'm gonna hold out for detox ones. We do bandy so much anyway. We'll see a detox one at some point. We can avoid the re-rolling that already saves some exotic components. But then yeah, let's end it up there. I'll take us back to DC because it is getting late. So we cleaned up one last time and then we'll end it off. Already in the background, I'm gonna go and have a peek at who we're wanting to raid in a minute on the Twitch end.
Safe area entered.
I think we'll just go for the easy, usual suspect. But first, let's see if we have anything useful here.
Good to be seeing you.
Oh, also, yeah, let's spend our stars.
Yep.
Thanks for making the deal.
Let's although actually first let's get some cache space opened up.
I could do 8 more levels. No.
They've been rolling over anyway between the events. Also now it seems to be going from this event to the, like, it's not the same event, but it's the it's like the next event. Although, yeah, you don't want to rely on that, because
Check something out?
the first time that you do will be suddenly like, oops,
they can
something
change it
broke,
anytime.
and then hold on to that Grupo glove. I might have a use for it.
Nice doing business with you.
Get MP7 from them box. So just have the dark now.
Yeah, let's see. I'm gonna put this away first, and then let's see how many stars we have. Yeah.
An agent has
Thanks for
left
joining
your group.
Open World, and yeah, hope you had some fun, and we'll catch you around. I'm 3 stars away from 200, but yeah, nah.
Got 10 exhaust.
Just 1 more is okay, but just 3 more is a little bit too much. So actually, I'm gonna just slam through them and then come back the other way through here.
You agent.
Another max size one there. We'll toss them all out there. Nothing useful there. How many exotics am I up to? I need to kind of.
450.
Yeah, I'm on the 453.
468.
I'm gonna need to spend some of them. Well, the downside is as well, it kind of takes SHD requisitions or SHD calibrations and stuff. So I'm actually more like down on those quite often. But yeah, we'll round it out here. I'm gonna thank Open World and Pamic and Omni for joining me there.
Military operations are in progress.
Thanks for having us.
We urge all civilians
Yeah, and I'll
to safe areas.
Tomorrow we can finally climax.
Yep.
Master a climax
prepare yourselves.
for the master climax.
We shall masterfully climax. But yeah, catch you guys tomorrow.
Yep. Have a good night.
Have a good night. That's it. We'll jump off the voice there. Yeah, and on the Twitch end, we're gonna send everybody off. I'm gonna, just for easiness, go quickly, because sometimes we like look around and see if we have any like familiar faces around. We're just gonna go with Lil Huge, who's doing some dark hours. We do rate him a lot, but let's add one to the list. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. It's only going to be in the evening. I'm kind of busy during the day. I am going to get that video uploaded somewhere during the day and have it go up before, or well, around the same time as the other videos, which is like 6 in the evening my time. And yeah, that'll be fun to have that anniversary.
Is no longer
As well, we have we made it 1 more year.
have left the group.
And yeah, thank you all for joining me. I'm gonna send you guys off to Lil Huge on the Twitch end. You YouTube peoples, I can't do anything to you guys, so you guys are free to live your life the way you see fit. And yeah, tomorrow, of course, the last scouts, and that unlocks the climax mission. And we'll go do some of that. So yeah, hope to see some of you then. But for now, as always, have a good night.